Ta-dang! We're back. Memorious Eternity Night. Hopefully we can finish this last trial off. That would be stupendous. I don't know why we wouldn't be able to, but then again, I kind of forgot how long this one was. But we seem to be close to the end. We seem to be quite close.
I think we're on the last trial day?
I believe so, because didn't it get like
Are
extended or something?
Doing investigations. There's a fourth day. So we're doing the last investigation, and I think there's another trial day after that.
Perhaps, yes. Perhaps. I can't quite remember where we were. That was a week ago. I've had a lot of memory since then, so.
It's only Wright. No, that was last Tuesday. Never mind.
It was, yes, it was. So it's been a little over a week, but then again, I had to go dig out the files from last week, and that's a lot of data to go through. Okay, I think we finished up looking in here, and I remember that being like, okay, let's call it here, because we finished up. If I remember correctly.
I just don't know where we're supposed to go from there.
That is true.
We found a cloth with the handprint of our intrepid assistant.
Yes, Emma.
The pot shard.
The pot shard, which we added to that. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, though. Little speckles.
Oh, it was blood, to be honest.
Well, it is blood, but I'm not sure what the blood's supposed to mean. Like, why is it randomly splattered like that? And why was that piece removed, right?
And why did we need the last piece to realize there's blood on it?
Yeah,
there was blood on it.
there was already blood on it before, so I don't know what I can't remember what we're supposed to gather from this. But
I think it's more just that it was weird that he was holding on to a piece of it.
True, that is true. That brings up the question of what is going on here. Okay, and then this was Emma's handprint.
And why does the chief of police have such garbage security on his safe?
Because he's cocky. I don't know. Hello! Hello, hello! Come join the investigation with us. We gotta figure out who done it.
I think she's gonna stream pretty soon.
Oh, okay. Join us for the few minutes you're here to figure out who done it. You've got 2 minutes to figure it out, Arya. Okay, let's just.
She's got work tonight. So.
Ah, yes, work can't be helped. Cannot be helped. I'm in here. Not streaming till 5 p.m. my time, so I got okay. You got 30 minutes to figure this out, then, Arya.
Solve the puzzle quickly.
Solve the puzzle quickly now.
Even though I think out of the three of us, you're the one that's actually finished this game. So
I finished this game too, but it was like a decade ago.
Okay.
I finished this. So I finished the first two, and then got partially through the third one, and that's where I left it off. But it's been like a decade since I played them.
Oh.
I also have not done this. Oh. So did you play like the original one, since this was like an add-on? See, I don't know where to go. Oh, you just skipped this on the 3DS version. Man, skipping a trial.
Technically, I did too, but I didn't have a choice.
Because it was really long.
It is really long.
It is really long. But then again, that's the charm of this game, yeah? Like, just enjoying the storyline for what it is.
I guess, but like this is twice as long as like the trials.
It is. It really is. It's like it's making up for that first tutorial trial we had. That was like nothing. Who do we go talk to? Anyone at the entrance here? No. I'm going to move because I'm tired of looking at that face.
It's your fave, the blue badger.
My what? The blue badger?
It's your fave, the blue badger.
No.
Your badger.
No. We talked to Emma about. Oh, well, we. I was also halfway through it on another playthrough on emulated version. I see. We probably shouldn't show her the cloth. I think I think Gumshoe and us, we decided that let's not talk about it to her. That's not a good idea. Emma, what do we do? Who do we go talk to? Police department entrance. Oh, we can't go back to the security room. Like where the quote-unquote crime scene is.
Oh, that means we found everything there.
I suppose so, yeah, I guess narrowing it down a little bit. Well, if it's not the office, underground parking lot, we have Miss Star there. Criminal Affairs Departments doesn't have anybody. But what, do we still need to do something in the chief's office? Is Gumshoe still here? We only have 2 things. That's kind of suspicious. Because usually there's more things to talk about. Let's start presenting stuff to him.
Yeah.
Okay, you want to talk about this, pal? I'm not in the right one. Hold on.
I can't believe Ryuji committed murder.
I can't believe what?
Ryuji, piss boy from P5R.
I know, wait, why are we talking about Ryuji?
There was a point where Akechi betrays you in
Oh,
Persona.
I see.
Spoilers for a game that's been out for however long.
I see.
And there's like, who betrayed you? Who could it possibly been? And the entire story, like, I can't believe Ryuji just sold us out.
Man. Should've known. He's the one that's always the one blabbing. He's the loud one. I can't believe it. He's always getting us in trouble.
The mic press is just a button. Or the mic blowing is just a button press now.
Yeah. No microphone input since there's no DS. Or well, I guess you could have a microphone, but I feel like most normal people don't have a microphone connected to their computer. Remember that one scene where he was like, got him at the end, like he wanted Joker dead? Ryuji?
I mean, that's not the impression that I got, but I just piss boy. It's just piss boy.
It's just piss boy. Man, there's something that makes me like vaguely upset that he's voiced by Mamo in Japanese, because it's not like super far from a Mamo character, but it's definitely not a usual Mamo character, and I was like, oh my gosh, Mama's gonna play a dumbass, like at least once. He has to play a dumbass, and I have to like swallow it, because like when I heard, because I don't know much about Persona except from like watching Arya stream it and stuff. So when I learned that Mama was in Persona, a video game, oh, that's so cool, no, this and that, blah, 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 like, his character's gonna be so cool. And I was like, nope, the Mama bias isn't winning this time.
Not a fan of piss boy?
Like, I don't dislike him, but definitely not winning points with me. Like, out of the characters that I've met so far, he's probably the lowest on the list. I wouldn't say I dislike him, but he's definitely pretty low on the list. He's just not... Anytime I see him, he does some shit, and I'm like, ugh, Ryuji, please. Please.
It's just the role he plays.
I know, unfortunately, it's the role that he plays, but... I'm just like, man, a Mama role that I can't get behind, I'm sorry. Hi, Ultimo! Welcome in!
It's the pasta boy!
The Japanese series did a great job, but English gives so much more character and personality to character in Persona games. I think it's also just like the language barrier. Like, of course there's localization stuff, so like perhaps it could have been more, I guess, relatable and stuff. But I think it also has to do with just like what your native tongue is. I will say that there are some shows like Panty and Stocking, for example. Most certainly I like the English one better than the Japanese one. Just because it is, what's the word? They went like balls to the walls. Funimation went balls to the walls with that dub. Okay, let's present this to Gumshoe. Take that. Let's talk to this. Let's talk about this. What is this piece of cloth anyway?
It's smooth and sort of feels like wine. I completely lost the voice. I think I felt something like this before. Nah, I can't remember.
Seems this is becoming a habit with you.
I can't keep anything in my head lately. I'm dumb as shit.
Yeah.
Al.
Note to self. Detective Gumshoe is going senile. Emma's fingerprints were found on this cloth. I have a bad feeling about this. What else? What else can we show him? What else can we show him? You want to talk about? Want to talk about the pot? Want to talk about the pot? The bloody pot?
I don't know that Robbie carried Takeshi. He was a good match for it. It's just they were a good pairing in general.
I don't know enough to really have a thought on that one. Sorry.
And there's a lot that goes into voice acting a character.
Yeah.
A voice actor is a big part of it. There's also the writing and B the coach.
Yes, yes, for sure. You can have a top tier voice actor, both in Japanese or in English, from what I've seen. But if the direction sucks, then the performance is gonna suck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see whenever you get games and stuff that have nice voice acting in it. Especially with, like, or even shows and stuff, too. Like, I can't attest to too much in recent days just because I don't watch a lot of anime dubbed currently. But when I first started watching stuff, there was, like, some real cringy ones back in the day. But there was, like, a golden age of stuff, too. My rule of thumb was that if Funimation did it, it was a 50-50 shot, it was going to be a decent dub.
Yeah, it kind of comes and goes.
Yeah.
Like, I've seen really old stuff like Trigun and Cowboy Bebop did a decent job, but also somewhat more recent, like FMA Brotherhood.
Yeah.
Decent in English, so.
Yep.
Not super recent, but.
Yeah. And I find my rule of thumb is either Funimation's a 50-50 shot, and usually if it's a comedy anime, I'm not sure if it's just because they're able to kind of lean in more to, I guess, their Americanness, if for lack of a better word. I guess just the localization itself. I feel like the delivery is a little more natural that way because they're not so serious. I guess I think it loses me sometimes when they get too serious. It feels kind of corny. And like anime is over the top for sure, but I feel like there's something about it that just makes me feel like they don't believe it's real and they don't believe they're being super serious in the moment, so I kind of lose that seriousness and it feels a little hokey. Oh, I was on the boat of if it's Funimation, it's probably gonna suck back in the day, how they fucked up Vampire Knight. I did not watch Vampire Knight, so I can't tell you whether or not. And when I say like Funimation, I mean like probably from like 2008 forward. I don't know much about all the earlier stuff, to be honest. Because I did not get into anime till close to 2011, 2012. Vampire and Knight, it's got something for both R8. Oh man. Damn. No, I know some of my friends watched Vampire Knight, and they were always laughing because every single one of their moms also liked Vampire Knight. They'd watch all this other anime and their moms would be like, well, whatever, but Vampire Knight would be like, oh my gosh, that's good. That is so good. And they were just like, what?
I don't think my mom could even tell anyone what an anime even is at this point.
My mom is like, if you enjoy it, by all means. I really don't care though. I mean this in the most loving way possible. I'm so glad you like it. I do not care to watch any of that. And I'm like, that is valid. That is valid.
My parents just assumed that all cartoons were exactly the same and that I was rotting my brain. Meanwhile, ever since like probably 2010, my mom watched the worst brain rot on television that you could possibly find. I'm like, alright, one of us is doing better than the other, and I don't think you know who it is.
Vampire Knight was shit. I heard it was shit, to be honest. I heard it was very cringy. But we all have our trashy faves. Like, people who don't watch anime watch stuff like reality TV. I just watch pretty idol boys that have like next to no plot to them. Did you read the
Could have
slam?
could have the 24-hour news cycle on an IV drip.
I'm
So it could be
good.
worse.
I'm good.
That's something Helen does.
I don't know who sent
Feel a lot
Shiki
better
is.
now that the job is complete. I had no line until just now.
Okay, cool. I was like, maybe I missed it, and I'm like, oh, maybe I was supposed to click through this, and we just been talking. I don't
No,
mind sitting and talking for a second.
Since Arya was on a bit of a timer, I was
Yeah.
not super, like, into pushing her aside, so...
Yeah, for sure. I don't know who Senri Shiki is, though. I don't know who that's from. Oh, is that from Vampire Knight? Maybe it's from Vampire Knight. But it only raises another question. What was a piece of it doing in the chief's safe?
More importantly, why wasn't there any money in there? Because he lent it all out.
Yeah, he lent $50 out to everyone. It's gone now.
Isn't that what safes are for, anyway?
I have a feeling the outcome of tomorrow's trial just might hinge on this.
On why there wasn't money in there?
Yeah, what? There wasn't money in there? AKA a character that has literally no reason in the series until the end and got possessed by his uncle. Alright.
As one does.
Yeah, as one does. You want to talk about your pride and joy, Gumshoe? This guy almost made us lose the case today.
What are you talking about? He was gotten the bloodstain on the evidence locker with his life. That's more than you can say about most officers nowadays.
It would have saved us a lot of trouble if he hadn't guarded it so well. I have to admit he's right, though. Thanks to the Blue Badger, we will Thanks to the Blue Badger, we were able to prove another possibility today. The possibility that another murder took place prior to 5:15 p.m. Cool. I could write a novel about Vampire Knight and how wildly terrible it is. Oh gosh.
What if, instead of a novel, you do a 6-hour PowerPoint presentation?
Oh my gosh. She's done the Ensemble Stars one. It's time for the Vampire Knight one.
She's done 2 OnStars ones,
Oh,
and she's
yes.
considering another.
Hey, you know, OnStars, the gift that keeps on giving. She can't just stop. It means I gotta reread the shit manga again.
But writing a novel's... Oh, alright. I think it'd be mostly the same information.
Potentially. I don't know. I've never finished writing anything. All works in
So
progress.
what happens if you're doing an OnStars PowerPoint and someone redeems the random OnStars fact?
You gotta pull something out. You can also do a
I've seen
PowerPoint
plenty
about...
of people.
Huh?
I've seen plenty of people who do PowerPoints with no fucking research.
I know, I was about to say, I'm like, your PowerPoint could be your current thoughts. And just go
I've
off.
been to college.
Yeah.
Some of those kids, kinda stupid.
It could be your TED Talk. Where you're just like, look at this, hear me out.
But her name's not Ted.
It could be your Arya Talk. Look at this, hear me out. I'm just gonna go online. Oops.
I'm fired. I won't be able to give you any information. So that's why I have to get it all out of my system now. You understand, don't you?
Don't be so negative,
No.
detective. We do want to share your information. We do want you to share your information, though.
Oh, what am I fooling? I've never had anything useful to share to begin with.
Damn. Got to stay positive.
It's hard when you're the 16-year-old in the room and everybody else is already gone cynical and old.
Yeah. Like I say, like almost every stream, I've forgotten how cynical Phoenix can be at times, where he's just tired. He's just like, man, not this shit again.
I mean, I would be too.
Yeah,
I feel
by
like
all means.
his writing has probably changed a bit from game to game, so that might be part of why you don't remember it.
Yeah. Again, it's also been 10 years, and I was much younger back then, so I might not have picked up on the little key bits here. Especially when there's other characters that are so much more, like, flashy and have very distinct, stereotypical personalities. Phoenix is the boring one, and out of all the characters.
Well, there's just also a lot of big games that, when they're doing either the first entry or like the beginning of the game, they're still kind of figuring out what they're doing.
Yeah, for sure.
Like the first Phoenix Professor Layton game apparently was kind of bad because they didn't know how to balance the puzzles yet.
Oh, okay.
People hated it, but once they got to like the second game and beyond, that's what made the series shine.
Gotcha. Like I didn't know that. Like I was also young when I played Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton about the same time, about 10 years ago. And so at that point in time, I feel like I've said this story before. I'm not sure if I said it on here, but I'll say it again. But I played the first. I got the first game, right? And it was, I think, the Curious Village, if I remember correctly. And at that point in time, like, I liked puzzle stuff, and I thought riddles and stuff were fun. But at the same time, I was young, so I'm like, I had no clue what the, I guess to say what the balance was for what would be good hard puzzles, and I did have some trouble with some stuff. But ultimately, back then I had, like, how do I phrase this? Because nobody wants to be killed, but I guess I had like a I had like a sensitivity to anything with like murder in it or dead people. And so there's like this part, spoiler alert, but not really spoiler alert. At the beginning of Curious Village, there's this point where we find this dead body inside the manor. And that was the point where I was like, no, I can't play this anymore. I'm putting this down. I can't deal with this. I'm going to go play Phoenix Wright or something. I'm going to play something else. So it took me a while to really get back into that again. But once I got through it, I liked the first game. But again, I have no semblance of what was too hard, what wasn't hard enough.
There was a game on Switch where you play as Layton's daughter.
Yeah.
And every mystery was like, somebody stole somebody's popcorn. Somebody let somebody else's dog outside. I'm just like, man, you have dropped the stakes immensely from like, Professor Layton has to go back in time and prevent the apocalypse.
Yeah, bro. That was like, the stakes were so much higher with all the other games. That's a little sad, to be honest.
It makes me think of, there have been instances in the past where they will take a game series or like a chunk of a game series and try to market it. They think they're marketing it towards women, and it's like, all right, time to dumb it down. I'm like, no, that's not what anybody wants. First of all, I'm pretty sure the Layton series super popular among women as it was.
Probably, yeah. Like, not to say that guys can't play it, but it does feel, especially with the softer art style, it does feel more... You look at that art style and you see the cover of that, I feel like more women are going to pick that up than guys, just because it looks cutesier.
Yeah, that, and there's the whole expectation that guys are supposed to play Modern Warfare, so there's a lot of guys who will just play Modern Warfare.
Yep. Yeah, I like the Layton series. That's another one I haven't finished. I'm trying to remember how far I got into. I was definitely more games into it than Phoenix Wright. I can't remember what it's called. Was it the one that was like... Huh?
It's okay to have a more lighthearted entry in the series. It bothered me that it just corresponded to having a young female lead, so it felt entirely too intentional. Off of Aria's comment.
Yes. And I feel like, too, making a spin-off like that, where you've already set the groundwork for this is what it's been like in the past, and the stakes are just getting higher and higher and different things, and it's like serious, you know? And you come out with this other game. Okay, it's one thing if you're going to do something completely different, right? Like, take the same universe, but take it in a whole nother direction, right? But this is just kind of like recoding it with a new paint color. and using the same script, but cutting out half the seriousness, and that if it's like that, where it's just like, oh no, who stole the cookies from the cookie jar, versus like, oh man, we gotta find out who stole, you know, the royal gem from the most highest security.
There's also a romantic subplot, which is one of the biggest things that pisses me off about any book that I've ever read where there's a female lead. She gets to be the female lead for about 2 or 3 chapters, and then her entire personality is dedicated to the 3 guys that are in the story. And she has to choose between one of them without fucking fail. It always happens.
Yep.
Meanwhile, Professor Layton is like, I've never gotten my dick wet because I can't solve puzzles that way.
Why start a family when I could be busy out at the digs? Why do this when I could be traveling and finding more puzzles to do?
Granted, apparently he has a daughter, so I guess it happened at some point, but still. His emphasis wasn't on romance, it was on the fucking puzzles in the puzzle game.
Exactly. Which is how it should be. Okay, not to say that there can't be, like, a romantic subplot. I'm fine with that, as long as it doesn't just, like, come to the forefront. It needs to say that, a subplot.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be token development.
Unless you're wrapping up the series and then the characters are settling down. I'm fine with that. Because there's
also,
gonna be no more.
You probably need her on. Because you got 3 minutes.
You got 3 minutes. Don't be late to work! I love how in OnStars all the guys try to flirt with Anzu, and Anzu is just married to her work, not getting a single fuck. That be how it is sometimes. Kinda reminds me of Izumi from A3. Not that the characters necessarily flirt with her so much, but... Okay, well, characters like Masumi, yeah, for sure. But she's definitely more so just like, I gotta work to get this theater back on its feet or y'all are going to die out, so we're not talking about that. I'm here to work. You guys eating well? Okay, cool, let's go to practice. Izumi and Anzu are friends because I said so, yes. I could see them potentially being friends. You should skedaddle!
Climbed into your window and told you.
Huh?
Climbed into your window and told you.
Yes, that would be amazing. I don't know how you're gonna get back in time for work if you came through my window, but...
No, she had an ongoing joke where, like, she says something canon, non-canon about Ray.
Oh.
Because Ray climbed into her window and told her.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Izumi and Anzu climbed through your window and told you that they're friends, so it's canon. Right. Okay, I see.
Aria was playing up what I was putting down. So.
I see. Okay, we should... I don't want to watch a security video. No, get off the security video.
Yeah.
No more Blue Badger. No more Blue Badger. I don't know, I'm gonna... You know what, we sat here, I have no clue where my train of thought was going.
It'd be funny if the quotation marks on this got moved eventually. So that it wasn't around Joe Dark Killings, it was around Solved instead.
No! Shut up, Arya! Shut up! That thing's given me trauma for the last 10 years.
Michi can still see when she closes her eyes.
I close my eyes and I see a shambling blue form. Do 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 do. Hi, Lux. Welcome in. I gotta... Okay, where are we? We're on... I'm gonna cheat so I can get this ball rolling. Right.
Farming turnips.
Yes, go to work. Have a good day at work. Bye-bye. Bye, Arya.
Day at work. She's playing Rune Factory 4.
You know what? I wish that was my day at work, to be honest. I wish I could.
Yeah?
I wish I could make money sitting playing video games.
I probably could if I gave a damn.
That's very hard. Like, to make money playing video games is one thing. To have it be like a job that can sustain you, that's a whole nother thing. And unfortunately, that's not a thing for me, so I gotta have a real person job.
Trying to do run your own channel and stuff, that's a full-time job.
Yeah, it is. It really is.
If you only stream like 12 to 16 hours a week, you end up using a full 40 just do like editing and promotion and stuff like that.
Yep, editing, promotion, uploading VODs, uploading edited videos, like making clips. It is full work. It's just, even though it's a 40-day work week, it doesn't always pay for itself, which is a sad thing.
Video editing is fundamentally easy, but doing it well.
Yeah.
Because it's kind of an art form.
I agree. It's definitely, there's an artistic flair to it because while the person who is on camera or doing the thing is doing their own thing, it's in your own flair to choose like the bits and pieces that you want to show as the editor.
Right, because there's a lot of times where you'll have somebody who's like, alright, here's 2 hours worth of content.
Yeah.
Put it into a 25-minute video.
And make it entertaining. Go. Yeah.
Right.
So I totally agree with that. I definitely am not skilled in the art of editing. But then again, I haven't really had too much practice in it. Okay, where are we? We're on the 3rd day? 3rd day investigation. Oh my gosh, and VTubers also had to deal with models and tech that's constantly evolving. Technical difficulties though, man. I'd always have more.
The streaming platform itself isn't trying to attack you. When the streaming platform itself isn't trying to attack you.
Yeah. Okay, we got that. Oh. Follow the minigame. Strip a cloth, okay. Oh, okay, okay. Let's jumpstart this. I don't know why I didn't look this before. This seems like it's really obvious. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gant's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... Oh gosh, what voice did I give for him? Oh, it's you two. Chief Gant. He put that paper he was reading in his desk. I wonder what he was reading.
This looks like a list of evidence.
A list of evidence?
In most cases, lists runs twice as long as this, though. Wait.
Hey, oh, look at the case name.
Huh? I saw that incident. I don't know what this is doing here. I feel like he was talking about the length of it before, so I don't know if we did look at it.
We have not looked at it because Edgeworth has the other half, I believe.
Oh, maybe that's what... Maybe he made a comment about it.
Maybe, yeah. I think Edgeworth has the other half, and this is the second half, because I remember Edgeworth being like, yeah, usually that's much, it's twice as long as this, so I don't know what this is, but this is what I have. Hold on, detective. What did you just say?
I said, I wonder what.
No, about evidence lists. Normally they're twice as long?
That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence.
A half-size list a half-size list of evidence.
God damn it. List of evidence. It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long.
Like we just said.
It's like when you ask. It's like when you ask your kid what's going on in a movie, and they're just like, "All right, if you watch for 2 more minutes, literally, you'll find out."
You'll figure it out. Hey, we're playing the game though. We can talk it out loud, and honestly, I feel smarter whenever we like talk it out before it happens, and then it happens. We're like, "Yes, I used my brain."
Yeah. Something about the wording made it feel way too familiar. So like, did we do this part and it just said we didn't, or what?
Nope, this was just the second half of it. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it! The chief must be hiding something about that case. It would appear so. Evidence list added to the court record.
Well, was I any help?
Of course. Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now, that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for his ID card, he would have been useless. Isn't that right, you in the coat?
Chief Gant!
We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in signs. As I was walking to my meeting, I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run right into a pole. Just then, I thought of a certain detective.
You mean... me, sir?
Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you all to leave. Yes, sir. Sorry. Oh, you in the coat.
Me, sir?
Drop off your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore.
But sir...
Now get out.
Yes, sir.
We'll be on our way too then. Wait! You, the one without the spiky hair. Don't go yet. Me, sir. I'd like a word with you. But sir...
He's going to get murdered!
I'm not a licensed scientific investigator yet. You with the spiky hair. You're free to go. Mr. Wright! He's kidnapped Emma.
Did Phoenix just go, okay, and walk out?
You know, the rhyme or reason sometimes I would hope that he wouldn't do that, but at the same time, I don't know.
It felt
Weird.
like it cut off. Weird.
Yeah.
Look, pal. If I told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. The chief's office is off limits. But no, you just had to go sneaking in there like that, didn't you?
You waited me, Gumshoe. You wanted to be there. I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired.
Yeah, but if I knew it'd be like this, I never would have said it.
Now that I've seen the evidence Chief Gant was hiding in his office, I think I'm finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about this all this time?
Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Okay, sure.
Oh,
Hey,
alright.
pal.
After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. February 24th, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. I see. So the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow's the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What you've told me over these past couple days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said that I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think you finally figured it out. I think I finally figured it out. I know who did. Oh my gosh, I can read. I'm sorry. I know who it is that's lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edgeworth was right. Edgeworth? Once you're convinced, you know something. No one can persuade you otherwise. Thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now's my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Please.
That's a weird follow-up.
Hmm?
You are dumb as shit. Alright, now I can get her to talk.
Yeah.
Alright, buddy.
Yep. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at first. You insisted you did it, yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say? So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No. I think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have persuaded you to silence.
Damn it, Ryuji.
For argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask is this person you're speaking of? The one I am supposedly so frightened of? What is this person's name? Wow! It's like it gives it to you right up front.
It's Emma.
Hmm?
It's Emma.
Emma! It was Emma this whole time. I've been afraid of my sister since the day she was born. She's a nightmare. Well, Miss Sky? Mr. Wright, you are addressing the Chief Prosecutor. Do not forget your place. I take it she's still not ready to spill the beans. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more about what you think... about what you think you know? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before a board of inquiry for what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could possibly tamper with the evidence was... me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intend to accuse Chief Gant, you'll need more than just words. Show me proof that Chief Gant's falsified evidence in that case.
Well, you don't have an HP gauge, but...
We don't. I'm just trying to use my...
Technically 3 things I feel like you could put up.
Yeah. We found the pot shard. Found this. Did we show her this? Because...
That's... say the evidence list, but...
The SL9 incident was ripped in half, so this part is all I've got. Pot, cloth, evidence. Let's try evidence. We found this. I just found this in a safe in the chief's office. Oh, well. This jar piece and this piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They're pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. Aye. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking all the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. It's as you surmised. I cannot disobey the Chief's orders. Even if it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. In the murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, that's more accurate than cooperate. Orders? Although I can't tell you the details. I can say that I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You'll find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected. Despite what everyone believes. You were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take the body out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk's lock was broken, and I discovered that murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found the body, this was the knife stuck in it. The knife from the SL9 incident. Serial killer Joe Dark's knife. I couldn't just leave that knife in him. So I took it out and stabbed him with another knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife?
That's right. Even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. And that's the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems that I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then... she saw me just as I plunged the knife in. Miss Starr, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark's knife so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close the Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. I didn't ever want it to be opened again. My intent was to prevent that, by whatever means possible. So, you hid Dark's knife? The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark case. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have a field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. In Edgeworth's exhaust pipe. Right. Then I called my sister. To tell her what happened, and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident. About Lana's innocence. Speaking of phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to Patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least, I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems that after I spoke to him, he went off on his own an escapade of his own. Oh, you mean... Not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hand. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman, and tried to steal the evidence. He'd already stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room.
Coincidence that this just so happens to be on the same day.
After my phone call, any remaining doubts he had must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incident in the evidence room. I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial. There's only one way to drive off Lana's demons. I've got to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murderer. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago.
To be continued. Right now. To be continued after a few words from our sponsor. I had something quick. Oh, I can't speak. Oh, I totally lost it. I had something on the tip of my tongue and then just went poof. So much for trying to be witty.
So, realistically, if we had spent like 20 more minutes last time, we would have been just done with the investigation.
We would have been done with the investigation, yeah. I wasn't quite sure how long it was going to go, though, so I just kind of made the executive decision. Okay, let's stop.
Yeah.
Okay, last day in court. February 25th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2. This is a defendant's lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma, for that matter? It almost seems as if... Who would this be?
I assume Gant?
I'm Gant or Edgeworth. That's my two. I don't know. I'll say it. Something's been happening behind the scenes. It's Edgeworth. I was thinking. I was like, okay, who would say something like that logical, and who would be in the court at the moment? You know, I'm like, that's not something Gumshoe would ever say.
And Gan to be like, have you been swimming, my boy?
Yeah, have you been swimming?
Edgeworth.
I started doing a thing in
Mhm.
Final Fantasy where anytime that there's like they're being coy about who the character is.
Yeah.
By doing the whole question marks thing, I give them a fucking goofy voice.
Damn, you almost
It's like
got an
we-
Edgeworth. Or Edgeworth, you almost got a goofy
Our-
voice.
Our character would know who that person is. Don't
Yeah.
fucking hide the name.
As long as they heard that voice, they'd be like, "Oh, I've heard this voice before. I know who this voice belongs to." Don't be coy.
Especially in Phoenix, right? Everyone has very distinct personalities.
They do. Like, I'd get it if it was a brand new character that nobody's ever met before, but we've known Edgeworth from the beginning.
You've known since you're like 8 or 6 or whatever.
Yeah.
Knowing you, you've already figured it out. You're the owner of the 7777777777777 ID number it is, that is.
Well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out.
You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything.
True. Not yet.
In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for a ruling. 5 minutes, right? Chief Prosecutor Skya will be found guilty.
But she didn't do it!
I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say.
This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her.
Truth?
Everything goes back to the SL9 incident.
Don't be stupid. Today's the last day of the trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. You had an entire trial about reminiscing about the past. Shut up.
Shut your mouth. I got you off the hook too, so you need to shut your mouth, Edgeworth.
That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened.
I'll think about it. In court, right?
This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now.
Sweet. We're gonna be done with this in 5 minutes?
Whoa! Short stream, everybody. Even though it's been like an hour.
That's because we talked to Arya for like 25 minutes.
We did. February 25th, 10 a.m., District Court, courtroom number 9.
Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Skye.
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally, this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement. But before that, the police chief has a proposal to make.
Oh dear.
We're getting married.
Oh boy. Oh my.
Chief Gant.
He just phases into existence.
Morning, folks. Huh?
Oh. Hello!
And just like Scotty beam me up. Morning, folks. How's everyone been doing? Hey, Edgy, been back to the pool yet?
No, I've been done enough as it is in my work.
Oh, that's a good one. Don't think I can top that.
If you don't mind me asking, Chief, exactly what is this proposal of yours?
Lana, that is to say, the defendant, has asked me if she could speak directly to the court.
She wants to do what?
Having heard that she intends to say I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, it should save everyone a lot of time and trouble.
Technically? What's this all about, defendant?
I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished.
Well then, what's your request?
Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to all... Your Honor, I'd like you to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh?
Nani?
Nani? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman in the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office. No, Lana! You can't! Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defense's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana! Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven its case through testimony and circumstantial evidence. I would like you to render your verdict now, if you please.
Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Dumb as it is. The request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial.
No, hold on.
Even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise.
Edgeworth, help me out here, bro. This
I gotta go play dodgeball.
No! No! This can't be happening.
It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant.
Thank you.
One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. The prosecution has not yet proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any rulings at this stage would certainly be premature.
Come now, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you. But why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut?
I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant.
What?
Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have me be. Hockey. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to me some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes.
Some kind of deal, Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy.
I thought so. Your Honor, prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? This parrot.
Polly!
As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court hears her testimony.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm exercising my right to self-representation. I don't think we need to continue.
I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eyes from it. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant?
Worthy. You'll live to regret this. Mark my words.
Miss Emma Skye, please take the stand.
Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by the reins. Thanks, Edgeworth.
He's
Hey.
kind of gone full do or die mode now. Well, then, witness, please state your name and occupation.
My name is Emma. Emma Sky. My occupation? I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator.
Occupation child.
Occupation child.
2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct?
Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about that, though.
I'm sorry. But I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Miss Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really all that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is.
Damn, he's pulling a Phoenix Wright. Pulling stuff out of his ass and rolling with it with confidence.
Except he's not pulling Phoenix right, because Phoenix would not be doing it with confidence.
True.
Well, okay then.
He sure gave in fast. The judge is weak to prosecutors.
Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago.
The trip to yesteryear's finally begun. It's bound to lead to the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago, I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me. But I'll never forget what I saw in the instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest.
It's a good thing you weren't harmed.
I passed out. I don't remember much.
That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth. What does the testimony have to do with Detective Goodman's murder? Will soon become apparent, Your Honor. I'm still figuring that out, too.
You gotta admire him for his courage, considering he has no evidence.
He learned it from watching you. Well, the defense may begin its cross-examination.
Okay. Visiting my sister's office. Let's just go through them all, because I don't think we're going to get damaged for it. 2 years ago, the defendant was a detective at the police department, correct? Yes, she was second in command under that deputy chief of police Gant. My sister, she was the best detective ever.
Yes, I remember. Deputy Chief Gant and Miss Sky used to be quite the pair. I believe they shared the same office.
That's right. I'd always sit at my sister's desk and dream about playing that organ. I wanted to play it that day, too.
The police department and the prosecutor's office held a ceremony that day.
Lana promised to take me to dinner after she finished her work.
Man came running in and took me hostage. Tell me more about that. A man?
They go out for burgers.
They go out for burger. Why does my burger have a fish in it? Shh! Why is there rice? Shh, don't worry about it.
Yes, Joe Dark. He was a serial killer.
Joe Dark was brought in for questioning on the day of that ceremony. We were desperate to get anything on him that would lead to an arrest. When he saw his chance, he fled the room, right? Upon fleeing the room, Dark proceeded to take the elevator. He must have been in a panic because the elevator was going up. Then he ran into Sky and Gant's office.
There was a lot of noise coming from outside, so I opened up the door to have a look. That's when I saw him. Neil Marshall rescued me. What was the prosecutor doing there?
That day, there were two people present during Dark's questioning. Deputy Chief Damon Gant and Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Almost forgot about Gant.
How? Neil Marshall had just received the King of Prosecutors Award. Young and dedicated, he went straight to the questioning room after the ceremony. I assume that would also be why he was the first to run after Dark.
When Dark grabbed me, I thought I was as good as dead. And that's when Prosecutor Marshall came running in. I don't clearly remember what happened then, but I'll never forget what I saw in that instant. Be a little more descriptive. Can you tell us about that? Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. Just then, the lights went out.
Lights?
It was just about this time of year. There was a terrible storm going on and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out?
Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right?
Right, but just then, lightning flashed again outside. Then that sudden flash left an unforgettable image of the scene in my mind.
I see.
I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman. The victim. Hear more. Tell me more. Tell me more, Maya. I almost said tell me more, Maya. This is Emma, not Maya. So you spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago? Yes. That's what's so scary about this trial.
And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw?
Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture? Yes, I think she mentioned that before.
Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough?
No. This picture the witness drew. I believe it has a very important meaning.
The list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
What?
Yeah, I couldn't
Because
help
of the
myself.
other half?
Yeah, because the other half, I was like, just you wait, Edgeworth.
I have an amended evidence list.
Oh! How does it feel, Edgeworth?
Witness, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony?
Yes, Your Honor. I drew a picture of that scene, but it seems to have been lost. You drew a picture of the scene you witnessed, right? Yes, I wanted to do everything I could to help the investigation. I can still see it now, whenever I close my eyes.
That's strange. I took over the case after Prosecutor Marshall died. Yet I never seen any picture. Perhaps the witness is mistaken?
But I did draw it, I swear! I'm not just imagining it. This picture that Emma drew. That reminds me. I guess I should check the evidence again.
Well, anyway, let's continue. It seems that imprinted an image in your mind. Can you please describe it to us?
The man...
Or draw it again?
Yeah, draw it again for us, Emma. The man. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. That must have been a real shock. Even now when I close my eyes, I can still see it just as clearly.
Tell us. What were you doing at that moment? I believe you testified that Joe Dog was holding you hostage.
When lightning struck and the lights went out, Mr. Marshall jumped on Dark. I was thrown aside and the two began wrestling each other.
Hmm.
I'm pretty sure I was watching them. Emma doesn't have any reason to lie. Lana sure does. I need to get Emma to tell me as much about this as she can.
Okay. So I'm gonna guess we'd probably do the second half of the evidence list. We have a picture on here. Oh, well, this is... Oh, there! Wow! Wow! Oh my gosh!
I don't really know why that would have been bad, though.
A picture drawn on the back of the evidence list and a magic marker. Well, LB!
I've got a very bad feeling about this.
Well, that's definitely the one that we need. And here I thought it was the evidence list in general, and we're gonna do it. Have you not seen the updated evidence list, Edgeworth?
I mean, I'm sure there's still gonna be a comment on that.
Probably, yeah.
Mr. Edgeworth. This little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture. And yet you would insist on denying its existence?
Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. This time. What I'm saying is that, as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture.
That may be well. But that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold!
This is the evidence list for the SL9 incident.
Please turn it over, Your Honor.
Turn over. Turn it. What's this?
We were just like that too, Your Honor.
Yes, what is that?
Hey! That's it! That's the picture I drew!
Clearly an Idol fan beating someone to death with a light stick.
Oh my gosh!
Indeed. Two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list?
Me?
Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Eh? These lists, they're different from each other. What? Edgeworth, you goon! You know they lied to you about what they gave you.
Why are you surprised, sir?
It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, you're kind of an idiot. That the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together to form one. You can see them out here, but they're torn apart from each other.
So you
Somehow have not worn down at all in 2 years.
Yep. They've been preserved in a locker and inside filing cabinets very delicately.
So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious what happened. 2 years ago. Only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you.
What? What? Order! Order! But Miss Sky, did you draw a picture on the back of such an important list?
Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor.
Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head.
Don't worry about that.
If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list.
Oh, right. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth.
Flip over that list.
Possible. Let's see. I've never looked at the back of this page in 2 fucking years.
Damn.
Delicious evidence. Is something wrong? Your eyes are bulging out of your head.
Do you even have to ask?
Sorry, Your Honor. There is indeed something drawn on the back of my list. It's that thing.
It's the...
What the fuck? Why? That's that thing. I think there's dancing in the evidence room.
It's back with a vengeance.
Because we thought we were free.
It's yeah.
Clearly, this act of vandalism is the work of a certain chief of detectives.
I guess he was out of scrap paper. Evidence is restored and updated in the court record. Can we stop this music? Thank you.
Very well, witness. Will you please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago?
Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seemed to be thinking about something when she was looking at the picture. Emma's picture.
Thinking about trauma!
This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of lightning was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
To think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind.
Thanks to that, though, she was able to show us exactly what she saw.
Well, I don't see any contradictions here.
Welcome back, Lux. I hope you had good food.
This clearly shows Joe Dyke about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall, does it?
Does it, though?
These stick figures are so well drawn it boggles my mind.
Uh-huh.
The defense now begins cross-examination. I don't see any room for doubt that this is Joe Dyke.
Yep. Don't you see the man on the left with the knife is a lot darker black than the man on the right, so obviously he must be Joe Dark. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Did you draw this picture right after the incident?
I think I drew it 2 or 3 days later.
At first I was in such a state of shock that I couldn't do anything.
During that time, the investigation team was reorganized. Detective Goodman was placed in charge, under the direction of Damon Gant and Lana Skye.
2 or 3 days later. The memory should still be fresh in her mind.
Excuse me, witness. But can you please tell us why this picture is painted all black?
I was given a single colored marker, sir.
She also told you exactly why. Oh, never mind.
The flash of lightning was so bright all I could see was shadows.
So at the time you didn't even know it was Mr. Marshall who'd come to your rescue?
No, I couldn't see him clearly.
The lightning was so bright, and I was knocked to the floor. You were knocked to the floor?
Dark had a tight grip on me, but when Mr. Marshall jumped on him, I was knocked away. I turned around, and that's when the lightning flashed. Remember to turn on the stovetop when making a burger? Yeah. It'd be kind of hard to cook if you didn't have some sort of heating element going.
Yeah.
Cooking does usually require some sort of use of electricity or gas.
Poor Emma. I'm just glad she wasn't hurt.
What happened after the lightning flash? Could have a wood-burning stove.
True. That is true. If you don't have a source of fire or a source of... You don't have a source of heat, there you go. If you don't have a source of heat, it's a little hard to cook something.
Yeah. Just slap it really hard.
Damn. Get the friction going by rubbing your hand to the bottom.
I guess that'd still be a source of heat.
True.
You mean you didn't see the actual murder take place? No, I'm sorry.
The flash of lightning only drove off the darkness for a split second. Not only that, but the trauma of the situation understandably caused the witness to faint.
I'm not grilling her. You don't need to, like, reprimand me, Edgeworth.
You really need to torture this girl any further.
Edgeworth, stop. You're the one that wanted to go
Decide
into
what you
this.
want.
What? Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. Anyway, this picture.
Look at this photograph.
Look at this photograph. Look at this magic marker photograph.
This picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant.
Elaborate a little more.
Sorry for asking so many times, but are you sure you drew exactly what you saw? Of course! This is the exact scene! It wasn't influenced in any way from your talks with the detectives?
Are you insinuating we somehow manipulated her memory, Mr. Wright?
No, of course not. I'd better watch out, or you might find some way to cut my salary. I drew this picture before I heard anything from the detectives, so I don't think anyone's story would have influenced me.
Mr. Wright, is there something that's bothering you about this picture?
Huh? Oh, well... That's strange. She claims this is exactly the scene that was imprinted in her mind. And yet... there's clearly a contradiction here. Is there? This is the picture I drew 2 years ago.
Huh?
There's clearly a contradiction here.
Yeah, don't help out. I want to figure this out, because I've technically gone through this before, so I just gotta re-jog my memory and put the logic pieces together. What's their contradiction? Someone's on the ground, cowering, someone's above holding a pen light.
Hatsune Miku sends her regards.
Damn. have I sent, or have you seen that one, which is imprinted in my mind? I don't know like how popular this actually is, or if it's just something that I came across years ago and it's just stuck with me. But have you seen that one where it's like, it looks like you're kind of in a small Japanese looking shed. It has like the paper doors, the wood sliding doors with the paper on it, and you just see the shadow of this in real life Hatsune Miku mascot, and they're pretending to bang on the door, and it just sounds like Minecraft zombie breaking door noises, and it's just Miku dayo, Miku dayo. It just starts trying to open the door, and it's just the sound of like the doors being locked and just kind of jostling. Have you seen that?
I have not.
Oh my gosh, it just stuck with me for all these years, and that's just what it makes me think of when you said back to Miku sends her regards. Okay, what is it? What's wrong with this? Is it this? Is it, maybe it's the pen light, because didn't she say, here, I will find this, here, I will find this for you, because this is important. The Miku. This is very important. I will send the link in the chat once I find it here. I should be able to find it pretty quickly. It is so funny. Okay. Put this over here. Mhm. Okay, I am sending it in chat. So you can see. It's stuck with me for absolute years. Like, the only thing I can think though is different is that, it's. I think she says like a knife, but that looks like a pen light. Man, I don't know why, but I have like the weirdest sense of deja vu.
Someone getting murdered with a pen light?
No, not that, but sending the Mikudayo thing and then playing Ace Attorney. I don't know why.
I don't know either, because that video was dated 4 years ago.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. I have no clue why, but I have a weird sense of deja vu being in this particular moment, and I'm just like, there's no way that I could have been in this moment previously. Strange. Okay, this picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. Well, here, let's make a
Is
save.
there anything to check with the leather cloth? I don't think this is it, but
Yeah.
That's right, we did the fingerprinting on it, I
We
guess.
did, and it had
I
Emma's
didn't know there was
fingerprints on
anything
it.
on the back of it.
A clear handprint can be seen on the leather cloth. The print belongs to Emma. I think I'll keep this information myself. Yeah, looks like it's just normal.
Just since we're looking in the back of things, I figured I would know what's on the back of this too.
It would be something to
The
come
third
out
part
to.
of the drawing.
Yeah, oh man. Why is this on the leather piece? Don't question it. Wait, let me make a save. Save. Okay. I see his stupid beady eyes every time I open this up, and it makes me flinch a little bit. I don't know. This picture shows exactly what I saw the instant. I don't think... I don't know what to do here.
What's the autopsy report say?
Autopsy report for Neil?
Stabbed in the back.
Oh!
I guess it's doing that.
Well...
Like, they came from, like, over and back, but he's facing them. So
it
that's
looks like
the
they're
only thing
facing
I
each
could
other, so
figure.
I guess that would be the right one. Good catch there. A knife tip was in the wound. And that's already blunted out, so... Here, we'll... this one. Ah, the music
Yeah.
stopped. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture the witness drew contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday!
That's right. Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. What part of this picture contradicts the autopsy report?
He looking. He looking. I think it's, this part here?
Eh, I don't see what's so strange about that.
That's because the drawing stinks! Damn. Mr. Wright, how could you?
The act of making an innocent girl cry should warrant the death penalty.
What? Hey! Hey!
You didn't click on the exact pixel I wanted you to, so you were fired.
Fuck! I guess he means I shouldn't shift the blame to others.
Yes, well, so long as the defense has learned his lesson.
No. I'm reloading. That's stupid.
Yep.
Or not. We're not reloading. Okay, do the knife then? The contradiction, of course, lies here. Gosh damn it. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken.
Even I don't have to look closer to see that, Mr. Wright.
But, Mr. Wright, look at the evidence. See, the murder weapon? Its tip is broken too.
I recall. The tip of the knife was found broken off in the victim's body.
It was the conclusive piece of evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma.
And where, pray tell, could you possibly see a problem?
It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. Fuck! Come on! Why are we pointing this out now? I tried. If the victim was only stabbed once, then the murder weapon should not yet be broken.
Ah! What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand.
And why would there be a piece of a knife that was in his body?
Right.
Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body.
He shoved it in there to keep it warm.
Pray tell, Edgeworth, why would the tip of the knife be in there if the knife was already broken before it entered Neil Marshall's body? If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there.
That's right. What does it mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness's memory is mistaken.
And you were just getting on to me about harassing this young girl, Edgeworth. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I believe you were annoyed at that time. But she was surely... Oh my gosh, I can read. But she was sure she remembered correctly.
But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency.
Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There is another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence?
You're treading on thin ice, right? No, we're trying to help you, stupid.
All I'm saying is that this broken knife tip might be the piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility.
No. Ugh. Order, order, order. I want to make a sandwich order. Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted?
Your Honor.
We know that.
Your Honor. Please allow me to once again go over the events that took place the day of the murder. 2 years ago, that is. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors award at the ceremony, Neil Marshall questioned Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During his questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. It is my belief that somewhere in this story, there's a lie. I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife.
If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. Despite the fucking... Okay.
Yeah.
There must have been another broken knife.
Oh, that's the conclusion you come to, Edgeworth. Okay.
What are the chances of there being two broken knives with the exact same break pattern? Because they compared the two.
Another broken knife besides Joe Dark's? Could there have been one? Yeah, there is.
What?
There is another broken knife. If the witness in this is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by a simple observational error.
Mr. Wright. In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife.
I assume then that you have some information about this other broken knife.
I got you.
If so, please feel free to enlighten us.
The murder weapon has already broken prior to the murder. There's only one way. Take a look at this. Here's the real murder weapon.
The Blue Badger.
No!
This is
The answer lies in the past. 2 years in the past. Right here inside this picture. This is a sorry.
This is a picture of the awards ceremony. What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? It's the broken murder weapon.
Notice the award Prosecutor Marshall is holding. That's a broken knife! As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. That being the case, the knife the witness saw was in all likelihood from this award.
Order! Order! Order!
Neil Marshall was awarded King of Prosecutors that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and knife. When he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. He pulled out this knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation.
But that can't be.
Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth?
Because if the King of Prosecutors award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reversed.
What do you mean?
I mean, this man raising a knife would have been Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Oh. Oh!
But the prosecutor is the one who actually died.
That's true. What's going on here?
It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions.
Wait! I remember now. I remember everything.
Witness?
Mr. Edgeworth,
What is it?
could you show me your evidence list again? Please?
His list? The one with that picture scribbled on the back? Is that like the vase or something?
I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it.
What?
You drew that? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. Can we stop the music, please?
Blue Badger killed
It
him.
was the blue badger
I
all
was
along!
right!
All this time I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have locked this part away deep inside me.
Perhaps it would be best if we added this to witness's testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recalled, Miss Sky?
Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up, and now the blue badger? This should be interesting. Emma's recollection. When I saw that man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning, and that's when I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow.
This is certainly most unusual. Why impossible? The chief of detectives hadn't even designed him until this year.
That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago.
Yes, well, defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Stop! Please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana.
What's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair.
But you can't do this! I've already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that?
Chief Prosecutor Scott. Shut up. We've already come this far. It's too late to turn back. Because Gant will murder me in my sleep if I don't. Just solve this now.
Yep.
Silence! You have enraged the court gods.
Oh no.
The defense will now begin its cross-examination.
Lana, don't anger the gods, please.
Bailiff, please detain the defendant.
It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. Okay, Emma. It's nice to go through everything. When you say that man, I assume you referred to Joe Dark? Yes, at least I think it was him. You think? All I could really see were shadows.
The power outage that immediately preceded the incident is also documented in the prosecutor's office reports. So then you...
I panicked and rushed towards both of them.
What's with these cases, the past, and power outages?
Yeah. I don't know, maybe they've really got something, they're like, oh man. Maybe the writers were like, I've always wanted to write a murder mystery where the lights go off, but also it needs to be tied to another similar case from way back before this time. We gotta make it interesting, right?
Because the other one was an earthquake and the power went out.
Mm-hmm. Not only that, there was also a power outage in the tutorial one too.
Oh yeah.
Because they're like, oh, it's probably the TV. Well, there was no power at that time.
Yeah.
I don't know, maybe I kind of like it, even though they repeat themselves, because it gives me the same kind of vibes of like locked room murder mystery stuff, where it's a murder mystery, yes, but they purposely don't give you a lot of the information. And then when you find the information, you're like, oh, well, it has to do with XYZ reason that was never even disclosed to you to begin with. And you're like, oh, okay. Good to know.
I guess I haven't really done a lot of murder mystery stuff other than, like, an Ace Attorney game and a half.
Yeah.
I guess 2.5.
Not that
I started a different one. I just don't remember which one.
Okay. Yeah, I don't necessarily like watch murder mystery movies or read murder mystery books, but like I did those Discord killing games for a while. So
right. My
friends and I would brainstorm different ways to make things interesting and try to mix it up, you know, keep it fresh, keep it fun, but what's the word? Investigatable.
Yeah.
Why would you do something so dangerous? What else could I have done? He was about to stab Mr. Marshall! She seems convinced that Dark was the one holding the knife.
But as we just theorized, Mr. Marshall was the one holding the knife.
Well, I didn't know that at the time. When that Dark guy knocked me down, all I could think of was, I've got to help that other person. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. What do you mean, you think? It all happened so fast. I was in shock. I don't remember everything clearly. What I did, it's all kind of a blur.
This guy was almost killed before she was witness to a murder about to take place. So much happening in a matter of seconds. A little disorientation is only natural.
I saw the man about to stab the other person, who I thought was Mr. Marshall. I knew I had to stop the man with the knife.
What you did was very brave, young girl. So then, what happened next? Chief Gant snuck in and stabbed him in the back.
Oh, fuck, man. Just then, there was another flashlight, and that's when I saw the blue badger. Really now? Are you sure about this? Of course! See? I even drew a picture of him here.
But... is the chief of detectives who thought up this hideous beast. Was she the source of the blue badger?
Yeah, maybe he saw this in passing and was like, oh man, that's a great shape.
This picture's dope! I gotta make a mascot out of it.
Fuck, man.
That was just this year. Blue Badger didn't exist 2 years ago. This is all quite verifiable.
I know it sounds strange. I was surprised too when I saw him at the police department. I had this nagging feeling that I'd seen him before somewhere. Now I finally remember. Oh, brother. Just when you thought that things had caused enough commotion.
Tell us. Where in the room did you see him dancing?
He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. His shadow? So you mean you didn't actually see his face with its winning smile and all? And that's right, but I still remember it. He had 3 creepy horns.
This is pointless. That thing couldn't have possibly existed 2 years ago. The witness must be mistaken.
That may well be. But what's important is what caused her to think she saw what she did.
Oh, then I suppose you have an explanation? If so, then by all means, please tell us what this shadow really was.
What was it Emma saw when that lightning flashed? Who is this blue badger, really? I might just know. The blue badger hadn't even been dreamt up when Emma drew this picture. Yet she's certain she saw its shadow. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the defense's belief that on the fateful day 2 years ago, there indeed was something that looked similar to the blue badger. Something that is now sitting in this very room. Mr. Wright!
In the room? Very well, Mr. Wright. What is it that the witness saw in that instant? Please show us this mysterious blue badger looking like.
Your life's on the line. Be sure to do well.
Alright, maybe it wasn't the face.
Hmm?
I was originally thinking it was the vase, but I'm not super sure now.
I think it's the face.
Okay.
I'm rolling with it. If it's not it, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck, man? This mysterious blue badger was in fact this.
Relatch! What exactly is that?
I believe it's some sort of jar. But, Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change our viewpoint?
Viewpoint?
You know, POV, perspective. I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this. Oh gosh, these stupid buttons again. HNBM? Here. What if we... No, that's not what I want. Turn this way. Oh, these are so janky. How am I gonna do what I want to do? Aha!
But pointing the other way, I think, so that the top circle is smaller. But you do have to have the handles up, so...
Yeah.
Probably easier said than done.
Yeah. It's not necessarily moving the way I want it to move. I don't like that. Like,
No, because the handles have to be up.
the handles do have to be up. That's true. It just makes it so big.
Spin it around the other axis. Like that.
Ah! Ah! Yes. Indeed. let's please take it. No!
Allow me to remind the defense its case hinges on the witness's drawing.
Hold on.
If Mr. Wright can't match the shape the witness drew, we cannot accept this claim.
I've got to find just the right angle. Maybe I should rotate it vertically a bit more. Or horizontally? Come on, Mr. Wright! You can do it! I've got to show them the correct angle to look at this from. Okay. So... that needs to be up. Here, I need to turn it just a bit more. Oh my god. Is it because it's just like slightly...
Good game design.
Amazing game design. That looks pretty darn close to me. What do you think?
It looks pretty close to what we had before, so I'm not sure.
I know. Okay, this doesn't work, I swear. No! Bro! At least I'm not getting penalized for it, but still... Yeah. Can't you look at this? Like, come on.
It'd be nice if there was, like, an outline or something to line it up to.
That would be nice. Okay, wait. Before we get too far. Go back. We must keep this as upright as possible. Or at the very least, once you get it, it just like a cha-ching thing and glows. That would be nice.
Something. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the base doesn't go back there.
I don't know, because like these two on the sides curl, like the two curl, you know?
Yeah. So the back needs to be down more, so it emphasizes that curl of the horns more.
Maybe?
And I feel like that's...
It kind of hides the like, because the middle one is fairly high in comparison. I thought that I was really confident with that last one. You went out. Okay, here. There you go. Okay. What do you want from me, game? I did my best to give you the blue badger.
We're on the right track, it's just being a dick.
It is. It's being particular, and that's what sucks. That looks pretty close. It's kind of like an oval at the bottom, and the two on the sides curl down.
You got the right angle. Yeah! It's just being particular, because I can't see any other way how this would look like the Blue Badger otherwise. Game just dumb. Game just dumb. Game has... It's the equivalent of the world's tiniest hitbox. You're hitting the model, but not you're hitting the model, but not the hitbox. Okay, we'll keep trying. At least we can just brute force it. We're not getting damaged because it. I'm doing my best here. Quit telling me otherwise.
I'm sorry, the rest of the court's stupid.
Exactly. I'm sorry that I have. Oh no, go back. I'm sorry I have to be so particular and spell it out quite literally for all of you. Gotta make sure it lines up. Keep it on as flat as an axis we can. Maybe face the bottom towards you a bit more and try.
Toward. Not toward the gap.
Toward away.
In the solution I saw, there is no gap in the handles.
Oh, okay. Where's the gap? Gap starts there. Try that.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna go look at a picture.
Mother's photograph.
I'm gonna go look at a photograph. They just They just don't want to. They're doing everything in their power to not look at my evidence. You know what? I wonder if the walkthrough has a picture. An unstable jar. There is no picture. Okay, let's go look up a picture. I almost typed in Genshin. Why did I type in Genshin?
Have it?
Yeah, definitely have it.
That's Ace Attorney for you.
Yep. You're mad
Especially
on my
considering
behalf.
this is the Ace Attorney game where they're like, here's all the shit you can do with a 3DS.
Yeah.
You're just not gonna implement it for... I guess it's just DS?
Yeah, it was just DS because I have a DS copy that I played it on.
Yeah.
Okay. Drag my screen over here, pull up Ace Attorney again. And this damn music too! How do you even get that angle? Hold on. Moina. Okay. Stupid jar here. That's what it's supposed to look like. Go ahead. Flip it over. Cool. Turn it around now. Stupendous. In theory, this is what we should be sending in. This is what the picture I see looks like.
I don't know, it's like a pixel off.
I just want to cry. How dumb are you people that you can't see it? You gotta get perfectly, like, the blue badger down to the last pixel.
It's like the worst Mario Party game.
Yeah. Are we center? Okay. I don't want to hear your encouragements anymore, Emma. Maybe the YouTube video will have something better for me. Oh, I get to hear it in double now. Overlapping each other, truly a nightmare. Oh my gosh! Why did it work for this person? Okay, turn it around. Turn it around. Perfect. And turn it up. Oh my gosh! I feel like I lost like 10 years of my life on that.
15 minutes at least.
Yeah. I don't know how this is different from all the other attempts I made, but wow, is this a miracle or what? Can you see it now? No one can possibly deny this jar resembles the blue. This jar's resemblance to the blue badger.
No. It can't be. Order! Order!
You know what? Why that happened? The evidence gods really were, or the court record gods were truly upset with that. Whatever happened earlier. They were like, no, you cannot.
The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point?
What do you mean?
So that blue badger thing was actually just a joke. That doesn't change anything.
I'm a afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edward. You see, this changes everything. We're pulling a Phoenix Wright.
That makes sense. He's Phoenix Wright.
Mm-hmm.
Indeed. Very well then. Please tell us.
Okay, but in this instance, though, you have to know Edgeworth knows that he's just pulling this out of his ass and being like, no, listen here. And he's playing along with it.
Yeah.
What's different now that we know the witness saw the star? Oh. Ooh, well. Let's make a handy dandy save here. What's different now that we know the witness saw the star? The location, the murder weapon, the murder. Why would the jar be, like, above?
My gut instinct is the murderer, but the jar would have to be above, given how
It's placed in the
I just
picture.
don't know why somebody fucking yeeted it, but
I don't know. I can't remember how
Is
this was
there a picture?
important.
the picture has it above.
Yeah.
So
Which would make sense, like, if she fell and banged into, like, a cabinet, and the jar, like, flew through the air, that makes sense she saw it from a different angle, but...
I think the murder weapon is still the knife. It's just she remembered a different knife.
I suppose so? We'll try murder. Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar.
At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright.
Yes, well, knowing this, where could she have seen this jar?
Where?
The location of the jar is shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on a shelf in the office of Damon Gant.
The body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself.
Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky's office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office.
Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body? From Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office.
Yes.
Why would he do that? There's no reason.
Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. The only logical conclusion is that there was a reason.
Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright?
I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please recall the witness's testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. In the next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. Now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying?
That had to have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall?
Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked in the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit?
A suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous-looking sword.
Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor was carrying a broken knife, he would have had to have been Neil Marshall, wielding the King of Prosecutors trophy.
No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking.
Yes. There is another possibility of what actually transpired in that room.
Another possibility.
Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless. I don't know if I can go through with this.
Mr. Wright, what's the matter? If events took place as the defense theorizes, then the outcome was obvious. In that moment, assuming the man Emma Sky knocked away was actually Prosecutor Neil Marshall.
Dead silence.
You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No!
I never imagined your testimony would lead to this. Sure, as the witness who took the victim's life. And then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented.
What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Sky, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. Oops, I didn't mean to click that. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her?
Imagine that, coming from you. Do you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out what Emma did, wasn't it?
I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. If you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't.
Yes. Certainly would be difficult to prove this without evidence. Or with evidence.
Well, oh no.
If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on testimony.
I'm afraid that won't work in this case. The parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has all been a wild goose chase from the beginning.
I know necromancy!
Oh no!
Touche, Miss Sky. Of course, that only leaves us with one possibility.
You mean there's still another possibility?
I can't speak with the... What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth?
We will call a spirit medium.
I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly.
He learned it from Bonk Karma, oh gosh.
He may have left behind the name of the person who took his life. In one manner or another.
That's impossible.
It's the fucking jar again, isn't it?
I think so.
Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. Possibility, bully. A message from the deceased. Does such a message exist? Did somebody write Maya? A
Yeah,
piece of paper.
and that's how it works. I've got to think back to the court record. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind doesn't exist. It's in evidence, yeah.
We don't have a name.
This message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright! Will you stop at nothing to prove my sister a murderer?
He's actually doing the opposite. Or wanting to.
Trying to.
No, do not be mistaken, Miss Sky. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There is only one thing we seek. Cheeseburgers. I mean the truth.
Cheeseburgers.
I kind of want a cheeseburger. No matter how painful it may be. Now then, Mr. Wright. Please, show us the piece of evidence that conveys a message from the dead.
Oh! Look at this jar again. The blue badger. This is the message left by the deceased.
There's that blue badger from before, right? So it's a jar / vase.
Oh, is he going to just speak the killer's name?
If that thing could, I'm sure it would.
It would. It looks like everyone's forgotten this is just a jar. A message was left here, on the surface of this jar.
What do you mean?
If you look closely, you can see a faint trail of blood on this jar.
Looks like someone wiped the blood away.
Yes, but notice. For some reason, the blood on some of the fragment was not wiped away.
Yes, there's a line here. Drawn in blood! So what you're saying is these dots were once lines?
Yeah, we're gonna play a game here real quick. It's called Connect the Dots, but with blood.
If only we had some sort of magic juice that showed blood.
I know, right?
Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used the few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message.
One that someone apparently wiped away. The blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions.
Precisely so. All we need to do is connect these points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No.
Yes!
Maybe?
Mr. Wright! What kind of message did the victim leave for us?
Your Honor, I believe these bloodstains will reveal us the answer. Gotta connect these dots to make letters. There's only one thing the victim would have written given the circumstances. His murderer's name. Wow!
It's the key to the vault!
It's the key to the vault?
The 7777.
Oh, yeah.
Well,
Are we happy? Here, do we need to connect this one? Nope. Okay. I don't know why we decided to do this versus using the luminol, but okay.
It's a defense attorney's duty to prove their client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma.
so, this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. No. Of all people. She may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life.
Was Emma Skye.
That don't feel right.
Yeah. Also, wait, how would he know? It was pitch black. Because she only saw because it was a lightning strike. How would Marshall know it was Emma unless she cried out? And even still, how would he know that, like, she was the one to do that? Suspicious.
Also, the vase would have been broken at that point.
You're right, yeah. If it was flying through the air for her to see it, how would she have written on it? Suspicious.
If you get stabbed in the fucking lung, then you're not gonna be able to piece together a name on unpieced vases.
Yeah.
And also, we have to figure out who the hell killed Goodman, and I don't think it was Emma.
I don't think so either. Seaworthy. Can't I say I didn't warn you?
Seaworthy? He's a boat? She forget.
Do you understand the implications of what you've done?
What? What are you talking about?
2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in the case, were you not?
Heck.
Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. That's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important. Didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We're merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even if there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite what anyone may say, this fact cannot be denied. What's going on at the prosecutor's office? He might have sent an innocent man to his death. How can he just stand there like it wasn't his fault?
Order! Order! Order!
The gavel's pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, the judge declared a recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. To be
He
continued.
hooked a dodgeball. He hooked dodgeballs hard as he could. Tried to knock out as many people as possible.
He took out the entire peanut gallery.
It was an ace ricochet shot that knocked everybody unconscious.
Save. February 25th, 12:06, District Court, Defendant Lemmy number 2. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble.
Don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours.
You know what happened last time you said that?
Hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. Oh, yes I am. I'll come back later. We've been here before, too.
Wait, Detective Gumshoe! What is it?
I can phase in and out of existence, isn't that cool? You've got a lot of nerve, pal, making the detective run all around while on duty. To top it off, you can call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
I take it Lana's having you run errands again.
Let me tell you, this is the last time, pal. Here, she asked me to give this to you if there was a break in today's trial.
Evidence law. Edgeworth was talking about this just the other day. Also, why... Why
It's
is
like a children's book.
I know, it looks like a children's book. I'm just like, why is there Pio-chan behind the desk for evidence law? Detective
Evidence law
Pio-chan.
for dummies. You must know the 2 rules of evidence law. Rule 1, no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could always study some evidence law, really.
Chief Prosecutor also wanted me to give you a message.
A message?
She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book.
Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Evidence law securely slipped in a pocket. How big are your pockets, Wright? Or how tiny is this book?
You've got like 3 pages worth of evidence in your pockets right now,
Yeah.
including a jar.
Yep.
Doesn't look like that book will do you any good now, though. All that stuff now is the chief prosecutor's sentence.
That's where you're wrong, Detective.
Huh? Haven't you figured it out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat? Despite all these allegations being thrown at me. Mr. Edgeworth. The real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? Your credibility's been all but ruined with this forged evidence you were unaware of. And the Sky found out you unwittingly caused the man's death. And now, you're telling me you want to do more? You gotta be kidding me, pal. Well, we gotta undo everything we did this morning.
You're missing the point, Detective. Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there.
What?
And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. It's time to bring it to an end. February 25th, 12:52, District Court, Courtroom number 9.
Court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. The Inquiry Committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally, this is where the prosecution calls forth the witness. But, this isn't easy to say. You see, there is some concern that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have, struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses. I didn't say that, I just heavily insinuated it. It's just, you see, everyone's been talking, and... Very well, Your Honor. I have a solution. A solution? That being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. Right? There's no precedent for what you're proposing. That's how we roll here. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement. But a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't struck any deals with the witnesses. Yeah. Well, Mr. Wright, what do you say?
Yup, let's keep it rolling. Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense attorney accepts... The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. I can speak.
They're getting married! And it's settled. The defense may now call forth the next witness. Mr. Wright. You do realize this is your last chance? You called the wrong witness. This trial's as good as over.
The defense calls. Time's finally come to bring out the real murderer. Damon Gann.
Bring out Goodman.
Oh, hold on. Must be hearing things then. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand.
Damon Gant? What does she have to do with anything?
Hold on.
Literally everything.
Sorry, hold on just a second. Sorry, I thought I heard my dog scratch at the door, and I looked out there and I didn't see anything,
Oh.
and no one came inside. And then when I closed the door, I heard the most like heart-wrenching little whine. He's like, "No, please, let me in." I'm sorry. Did you read this line? So
Yeah.
okay. As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Grant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it.
As luck would have it, he should still be in the courthouse.
Oh man, what a coincidence.
He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, Airlift. Please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation.
What is this? Some kind of practical joke? I was just on my way to lunch.
Your name and occupation, sir.
Worthy. Are you sure you want to do this?
Your name and occupation.
So, you want to play hardball, hey?
But please, Mr. Gant.
Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I am the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant. The court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, righto. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered that prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still some things unaccounted for. Oh? Like what? Like the role you played in all this. Son, either you're very brave, or very foolish. Maybe both.
They're not mutually exclusive, my
I was
friend.
about to say, is like, I told you to assume I'm one or the other. You
I'm
are.
brave and stupid.
That's why I'm able to get the job done, because I'm stupid enough to go for it, but brave enough to keep up the act. You are aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons?
A
Sure.
broken knife.
Yeah, like a broken knife. Take my testimony, for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true?
I'm afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risks.
Don't worry, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you.
Very well. Witness may now begin his testimony.
It's a line incident.
As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with the forgery. Obviously, yes.
Was that when Doc was arrested?
Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seems Dark bumped his head.
I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut.
If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I'd better hit him hard and fast. I'm gonna press you on everything, Gant. Him? Who was him? Specify. As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day. Yes, that's right. I guess you could say I'm a workaholic. After winning his award, Neil was all fired up too. That's probably what spooked Dark and made him run away like that.
Was the defendant, Lana Sky, also present in the room?
I don't quite remember. At the very least, she wasn't there when Dark ran for it. Man, doing his voice, like... Obviously, I'm putting, like, extra emphasis on it and stuff, but man, it takes a lot of air. This man is just full of hot air.
That's why he has to have so many pauses.
I guess so,
Just
yeah.
stare at you so he can breathe
Catch
for a
his
moment.
breath. Yeah, I guess so. We figured it out. A mystery we didn't know was her.
My boy! I've been swimming lately!
Man, you know, if he's full of hot air, he'd probably be pretty good at swimming, though. With having, you know, take breaths specifically at specific times, and if he's so full, he can take big, deep breaths. Maybe that's why he's so into swimming. I don't know. So the two of you ran immediately after him, right? That's right, but Dark made it to the elevator first. So Neil and I split up. He went upstairs, I went downstairs. I guess you could say, he got lucky.
What's this about a power outage?
Oh, that! The elevator stopped all of a sudden, and I got the shock of my life. Well, probably not as shocked as Neil when that knife went through his heart, though. That's not funny.
Wait a minute.
Wait a minute?
It wasn't his heart, it was his lung.
Was it? Punctured heart and lung.
Okay.
Could you tell us what you... Blah, 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 blah. Could you tell us what you saw? It was a shocking sight. What? I'm sorry, what?
What, with the knife being in his back?
Yeah! I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Neil and that serial killer were lying in a heap on the floor, all tangled together. Dark was also lying collapsed on the floor? Yes, apparently he hit his head and was knocked out. Next to them were those two poor girls, Lana and Emma. Lana was cradling Emma in her arms. Looking back at it now, she must have already known what her sister had done. Apparently she had already arranged the crime. Huh?
His explanation would probably be that Lana planted the knife.
Yeah.
If we even get the opportunity to ask about it.
Yep. How can you know that? Because of the victim's body. It had already been moved.
So that means if it's already been moved, then how did you know that it had been moved at all?
I think in this particular thing, so he didn't come to conclusions about that at first, but after learning, hold on. Okay, so we figured out that it was murdered on the other side. Wait, but how would he?
The only way that he would know the body's moved if he showed up after the fact
Yeah.
is if he found blood on the weapon with the suit of armor.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of it too, where it's like you walk in on a scene, you don't know the full story, but with investigation and other people saying things and testimony that they saw within the last 2 years, including this particular trial, he would come to the conclusion of like, oh, I know this piece and I put this piece together, quote unquote, right, to cover his ass. I don't know. I can't. My brain's not gonna. Is not processing that quickly tonight. We're just gonna go along with it. You said this one, right?
You found the body near Lana's desk.
That's right. I think you said earlier. It was my suit of armor that really stabbed the prosecutor? Yes. Anyway. I had nothing to do with the forgery. So you're saying that the forgery had already taken place by the time you arrived at the office? That's exactly what I'm saying. I can understand how Lana must have felt. But moving a body and hiding evidence are inexcusable, no matter what the circumstances. Is that how it really went down?
Staring at the witness won't do you any good, Mr. Wright. You're going to stare at anything.
Stare at me.
Your husband. You'd be better off staring at the court record.
Worthy! Always the smooth talker. Which piece of evidence ties Gant to the forgery? Lana did admit to forging evidence. But that can't be the whole truth! Somehow I've got to link Gant to the incident. We found the pot shard and the, what's the word? The pot shard, the evidence list, and the leather scrap, or at the very least the pot shard and the leather scrap within his safe. So he would have.
Evidence list was in his desk. Why the fuck would he have been looking at that though?
Yeah, like...
Yeah, his argument would probably be that he was trying to protect Emma.
Yeah. But that would also mean that he has, like, it would tie him to having a hand in the forgery, you know?
Yeah. And even if he does have an explanation for it, that doesn't mean that it's not necessarily the step forward.
Yeah. It's just, irritating. Sorry, give me just a second. I think my dog is getting into something.
As they do.
As they do. Okay, I can't quite be mad at him because he wanted his ball and he got his ball stuck in my blanket. And so he was pulling at the blanket because he was trying to get the ball. I just saw my blanket slowly getting shorter and shorter on my bed and I heard him kind of growling at it. I'm like, oh no, please don't rip the blanket. Okay, press him. Your question? As I recall, a ceremony was held at the police department that day? Yes, that's right. I guess you could say a workaholic always hit the beginning again. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, that power outage didn't help either. When I went to office, found Lana there. Apparently she'd already arranged the crime scene. I had nothing to do with the forgery. That's gotta be the one we press on, I feel like. Because that's the only thing that we can be like, there's a contradiction here! Will it be the leather scrap? Found in Chief Gant's safe. Evidence for something, but what? Bears Emma Sky's prints.
Can we check anything with that book?
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay.
That is it.
I didn't know that it was going to actually have you read it. I thought it was going to be like, there's a secret message on the back!
Ooh.
She's
put a code. There's a letter on each page, and whenever you flip through it like a flip book, it'll read the message for you.
First letter of each page spells out F-U-C.
I wonder what it could say.
Sounds so cute.
No, I think Lux said cute when I was talking about my dog.
Oh.
Imagine if someone thought F-U-C. Next letter was like, oh, you spelled out cute. No, I didn't. I had nothing to do with the forgery.
That's in quotation marks.
I think it's supposed to help. We're supposed to help. It's supposed to help allude to what's the word that he did have something to do with the forgery. I had nothing to do with the forgery.
Right. Because the implication up to this point was that, yes, there absolutely was a forgery.
Yeah.
It's not in quotation marks. It is a thing.
I swear if it's a jar again, but I think it might be because it says final fragment found in Chief Gant's safe. Emma is written on the surface in blood.
Yeah.
Actually, let's see. It never hurts to save. Ooh, the music stopped.
Yo.
You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid that is a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. Take this jar, for example.
Ah, that's the blue badger you showed us earlier. Sir.
A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier was actually found inside your desk.
It was found where?
You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in the illegal investigation.
Chief Cat, here's the meaning of this.
Oh, here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then, that you were involved in the forgery? Who, me? Or do you mean you? Me? What would I have to do why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know. Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, Righto?
However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation.
Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. Rest assured, Dick will receive his due punishment.
Don't like that phrase.
What? Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying to work. I can read.
I thought he got fired. Yes, well, in light of the detective's presence, please give us your testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office. And the relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene.
My. Kids these days no longer know how to put two and two together. Evidence in forgery. Let's see. What was it now? A jar fragment in a list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pieces of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way.
Unless you're a murderer. Mr. Wright.
Yes, Your Honor?
When investigating the crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol.
You do understand that I am the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh,
Indeed, I believe I will press charges, so you won't make the same mistake again.
My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? I have a long day. Today is, well, you know.
Alright, Udgy. In return, though.
I know. That place, right?
What? Huh? What are
It's
these?
going out for ramen.
What are these guys telepathic?
You won't be able to, though, because Gant will be in jail!
Ha 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 ha! I'd appreciate if you'd stop making these ridiculous allegations. Yes, you do have a point. You wouldn't have the guts to do something like that. What? I'll have you know, back in the day I once broke into a cattle ranch and tipped...
Mr. Wright, what are you saying?
Anyway, you can't prove you didn't carry in the evidence. Didn't carry in the evidence, can you? If you have proof to the contrary, you're going to need it later.
Later? What are you talking about?
What else? I'm talking about when Rido's prints are found. Yes, if they're found inside my safe, they would prove his investigation was illegal. I've never faced anyone as slimy as this guy. When those pieces were introduced. What do you mean by that? This is all purely hypothetical, of course. But suppose I did place those items in my safe. Such an act wouldn't necessarily constitute forgery. If concealing evidence found at a crime scene isn't forgery. I'm not through speaking yet, Rido. It all depends on when the evidence was discovered. They were found after Dark was convicted, then they're worthless. Are you saying this jar fragment wasn't discovered in the initial investigation? It would appear not. After all, it wasn't listed in the evidence list. For all we know, it could have suddenly materialized the day after Dark was sentenced. Oh, and wouldn't that be convenient?
Right. The Chief is talking about a possibility, so long as you can't rule that out. Your remarks, however, however clever they may be, will only succeed in wasting time.
Tell me something I don't know. Come on, Rido. Think about it. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. How can you look me in the eye and say that? Because I'm innocent. Remember? Who was it that murdered Neo?
I'm not sure I care for the word murder here. But in the end, the person responsible for Mr. Marshall's unfortunate demise was Emma Skye.
Well, now do you see?
No.
Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Really not. Really, Chief Gan? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all this. Oh? I wasn't aware! What is this benefit? That would of course be the position you have, Chief of Police.
Oh!
The resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That in itself is sufficient motive. Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one. Huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean?
Yes.
Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is that true, Edgeworth?
Yes, he's going to be made chief anyway.
Gah! Be careful when pointing that finger, or you might wind up being the one pointed at.
So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else.
Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There, it's out in the open now. Udgy, would you mind if I changed my testimony a little?
By all means, please do.
I wouldn't be anyone's accomplice if there was nothing in it for me. Nothing in it for you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl. Lana's little sister, was it? If you think I felt sorry for her, you'd better think again.
You're right. You don't feel sorry for anyone.
Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I was raised.
So I'm not getting that $50. You seem to be lax enough on yourself, though.
Ho ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Could there have been something in it for him? Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
Okay, we know he's it. We know he's it. So the question we should be asking is, why would he do it? It's not if he did it, it's why he did it. Why would he be doing it?
So, what I think happened is that he obviously stabbed Marshall because there was only one stab wound.
Yes.
So, and there was a knife, either a photo or he indicated there was a knife in the back of Neil.
Yes.
Which means there would have been 2 stab wounds because there would have been the spear and then the knife.
Mhm.
So there's that. And then I think he framed Emma so that he had some leverage over Lana.
Yes.
And if anybody found out what Emma quote unquote did, then that leverage kind of gets fucked with.
Yeah. True. Okay, but why? Okay, if he's going to use that. Oh, okay, so Brain's finally catching up. So he forged the evidence to make it look like Emma did it to show Lana and have leverage on Lana. And the reason he's hiding it is because he's using it as blackmail on Lana, even though he was the one to make the forgery in itself, just so he can control Lana. Okay, I see. Because I was like, wait, but then why would there be evidence for Emma in the first place? Because he's trying to use her as a scapegoat.
He wants to have control over, as the chief of police, and also control over the prosecutor's office.
Yes. Okay, so given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? That's a hard question,
I just don't know
though.
the answer.
Yeah,
I
no
don't know
or
if the
point out
answer is
accomplice.
or Emma at that point.
Better make a save.
Because he hid her handprint, which I think was probably cut out of Neil's jacket.
Yeah, I think so too. Given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out?
It was the Blue Badger!
Gosh damn it!
The Blue Badger traveled back in time to kill Neil.
That's how demonic it is.
Cannot be contained in space or time.
It shambles slowly but steadily, and it will come for you one day should you get on its bad side. Even if it was in the
anyone's made a
past.
horror game about that.
Hmm?
Like a Five Nights at Freddy-esque, but the
With the Blue
Badger's after
Badger?
you.
I think, okay, I haven't played it. I've only seen some pictures that have just... Whenever I've looked up the Blue Badger to talk to people about it and show them, I've seen other things. But there is another game later on in the series called, I believe, Miles Edgeworth Investigation, something like that, I believe. And I believe you play as Edgeworth, and he goes to, I believe, a amusement park that is made for the blue badger, and there's like different variations of the blue badger. And there's like people in costumes and stuff too. So that is like, I'm surprised that I've never seen anything about a FNAF like a Ace Attorney FNAF type game, because there's like even different blue badgers, and there's an amusement park and people in costumes. Like, it feels like it would be, someone needs to make that. I won't play it, but someone needs to make that. If FNAF was already scary enough for me, no thanks. I don't want to do a blue badger.
I just never really had an interest in horror games, but
I like consuming them, but it's really hard for me to play them just because I lock up. Like, my reaction is not fight or flight, it is freeze. And so it's
why you need to do like multiplayer horror, like Phasma.
Yeah.
But with other people, actually, instead of doing it by yourself.
Yes, that was terrifying by myself too. Did not work out too well. But I always end up freezing up, and then I get in my head, and then I think I scare myself more than whatever is being on the screen, because there's nothing happening, and it's just my brain being like, but what if this happens? If you move, there's a higher chance of something happening.
No, anticipation is a huge part of the game.
Yeah.
Or at least that genre.
Yeah.
So you're not wrong, it's just it paralyzes some more than others.
Yes, and I am weak. I am weak to that. I freeze up.
Yeah. They're designed to make you be like, but what if?
But what if, yeah. The fear of the unknown is why horror games and the horror genre thrives. Okay, given his selfishness, would he have helped someone out? Did we say? Because like I think what you've laid out makes sense. Makes a lot of sense. But now we're stuck. That we have point A, and your conclusion is point C. Now we need to figure out how to get through B to get to C.
Well, given that it's a Phoenix Wright game, I think we have to point out in the comments, because anytime you say no, you just get tossed back into the loop that you're already doing.
True.
And then you're back in the lazy river. You gotta get out.
Yeah. True. You might not help out anyone for their sake, but it would benefit you. You might decide to assist someone. That's not what I pressed.
I was about to say, you already saved.
I did. I accidentally pressed the button down here instead of the arrow.
Mr. Wright, what the fuck? It appears you're positively determined to portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend people a hand.
That's not what I mean.
Very well, then. Who is this person you believe Chief Cat may have helped forge evidence?
Lana?
I would assume.
Yeah, because like
I wouldn't. Like, Emma, I don't think is privy to a lot of this.
No,
if any.
she's I think
at least on
completely
this
shocked
part of the
with this.
back end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it'd be Lana. Because I was just thinking, I was like, well, Lana wouldn't have made the Emma forgery, but I'm like, no, Gant did that, and the reason why she's forging the evidence is because she's hiding it and creating new evidence because she thinks Emma did it. So yeah, Lana.
Yeah. Chief Prosecutor on the Sky, the defendant.
I believe it's quite obvious in light of the circumstances. Emma Skye fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister, Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would also have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason, of course, is self-profit.
Self-profit? What do you mean?
After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Skye was appointed Chief Prosecutor at the Prosecutor's Office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant.
But how would he profit from all this? He would be able to use the Chief Prosecutor as a puppet. Essentially. You would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. You mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearance, he plays with puppets?
No, not quite.
Oh, wait. You must mean puppets and someone for...
Admit it, Chief. We're going to cut you off there,
Right.
Judge. You assisted Lana Sky in forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do you have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana. She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she'd testify against Gant.
I'm afraid without any proof, this all amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless... that is also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which would that be? Of course I'm talking about. The reason why we're all fucking here this week. The murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial. Almost as if someone's been controlling her.
Worthy. You'd better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt.
I feel like we're past that point. Just what do you mean?
What he means, Your Honor, is that Chief Gant is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, but the Chief is now making Lana take the rap to cover up his involvement.
What? Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious.
Huh?
This is an affront to the highest ranking officer in our law enforcement agency. To accuse the chief of police of blackmail and murder. That's impossible.
Oh, really now, Judge? Your Honor, I was merely reiterating what Mr. Edgeworth said in easier to understand language.
It's too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now.
It's you and me against the world. Looks like he's
Or
the
at
one who...
least, yeah.
Yeah, at least Gant. It looks like he's the one who decided to go through with this.
Can you prove this, Mr. Wright? That the chief, a high-ranking officer of the law, is involved in this murder?
Good question.
Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. Question is he a criminal? I believe the evidence will tell. She. Hi then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. It better be good. Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Is it ID list?
The ID list is suspicious.
Or is it premature?
I know, I'm trying to think because... this can also be kind of written off as just coincidental, but Gant
sent this with Edgeworth to take back to the prosecutor's office.
Yeah.
And the body of Goodman was already in his trunk before he left, right? He was the transport to go from the police department to the prosecutor's office, but I don't think that's strong enough.
I think that, and I don't know if it's this step, Gant killed Goodman, moved Goodman out of the evidence room, or Robert he got murdered. Had Edgeworth go to the police department to put something in the evidence room, and while he was doing that, Gant broke the lock on the trunk and moved Goodman into his trunk. And that's the entire reason he had Edgeworth bring the screwdriver over there. My gut reaction is the list of IDs, but my gut reactions have been wrong before.
Yeah, because Ace Attorney's weird like that.
Yep. Because I don't know if there's like a step in there somewhere where we're like, yes, we have to look into whose ID number this is. Because we technically don't know, even though we absolutely know.
I can't make a save either.
I mean, if you lose a chunk of health, it's not the end of the world.
And I'll just make a save during the dialogue next time around.
Yeah. We haven't gotten a game over yet, so...
We have not. It is possible, though.
Yeah. Back in my day, you didn't have saves in the middle of trials. I don't think.
Yeah,
No.
I'm not sure. I
don't know why that would have been. I haven't played it on Game Boy Advance, so I don't know why I would think that.
I've played...
Maybe I just didn't know.
Yeah, I've played them all on DS, and the DS ones at least had saves. I don't know about the Game Boy version, so...
Yeah.
It was just like this, though, where there's certain points in time where you couldn't open the save menu. Small tag attached. That's an entirely different case, too.
I'm sure the screwdriver will come up, because I don't think we've talked about it, but I just don't think it's you.
Yeah, I don't think we've talked about it either. It's just... brains trying... I guess... The ID? Show us the evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. Because we are...
Did we prove that Goodman got murdered in the evidence room?
I'm
We
not...
know someone died in there, but I don't know that we determined who.
Yeah. I don't know, because the only thing... I'm not sure if we made a definitive thought on that, but it was, there was a big pool of blood. Like, the Luminol found a big pool of blood that was more than just Meekin's hurting his hand.
Right. We just... I don't know if they'd be weird about it. It's like, oh yes, we know somebody died in that, but we don't know it was Goodman, so... Gant murdered somebody else. Let's talk about that some other day.
Yeah. Spray to use. Use evidence. Show us evidence that ties Chief Gant to the murder of Detective Goodman. I'm gonna try the ID card record. I can't think of anything else more. That seems like the best bet we've got, and if it's not, then so be it. We go back to the drawing board.
It's the one thing I can think of that can tie to Gant and also the Goodman trial.
Yes.
There's the ID card list.
Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777777. Sorry, but there
Look
is
at
no...
you, actually putting effort into it.
Well, I... 7 sevens! I don't know, whenever I'm reading something, like, it's the same thing, whenever it comes to numbers and stuff, because I deal with either phone numbers or, like, microchip numbers at work and stuff. And so, yeah. I am very particular about making sure I go through each number, because the microchips that we have start with, like, 4 unique numbers, but since it's a ascending number, right? Certain numbers are going to stay the same for a lot, and there's like 5 or 6 zeros in the middle that throw me off every single time, so I'm very like particular when I go through numbers, and it's just a habit now. Any number that I see, I'm very particular to make sure I get every number. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that that's my card number. It's your number.
What? How do you know that?
The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. A 7-digit code.
7 digits. You know me. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
I'm afraid not, Your Honor. The code was 7777777. The same as the remaining ID card number on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
Order! Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say?
Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulations.
And I will demand Mr. Wright punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it. You entered the evidence room on the day of the crime.
What about it? I'm the chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want.
Did he pee in Goodman's locker?
I sure hope not.
Tell me, when you entered the room, were you alone?
I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in
Why would you tell me the
days.
truth about it?
You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you've just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Detective Goodman.
What do you mean? Alice Peppers determined Lana Sky's guilt.
I'm proving her not guilt, though. Hold on a second, Judge.
Judge, this is how the last 4 trials have gone for us.
This is just
Oh,
our
it isn't your
style.
fault. Yeah, we got to prove someone else was guilty.
We gotta prove someone else is guilty. Hold on here. Edward's getting in on this plan too, okay? Like, hold on. We're teaching him.
It's because he always wanted to be a defense attorney.
Exactly.
This trial's purpose is to determine the truth. Chief Gant met the victim on the day of the crime. Then we need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, wouldn't have to ask you for evidence. Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime.
Specifically, Chief Gant. The note's interesting, right? Because that's
Yeah?
that's the SL9 incident. And if he was going to... He'd lost his card, right? So he would have to have someone else help him get into there to be able to get into his locker. But I don't know if that means specifically the chief of police of all people, right?
Right.
Show us proof that the victim went to meet Chief Gant on the day of the crime. Can only be submitted to the
Right.
chief of police. There we go. Detective Goodman lost his ID card on the day of the crime.
What's be more accurate, Jake Marshall stole it.
So Detective Goodman filled out a lost item report. He would have had to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you are in possession of that report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day.
He needed to?
Yes, to transfer the evidence out.
Oh.
Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then, you accompanied the detective to the evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on. Let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered poor Goodman. Exactly.
But wait. The chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He could have just lent him his ID card.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I believe I might have done something of the sort.
Sorry, but that's not possible. According to the record, your card was only used once. Yet you showed us your ID card earlier. You really lent it to Detective Goodman.
It would still be on his body. Yep.
Would have been found on his body.
No! He just like he looked like a star exploding.
I think it's supposed to be lightning. Chief Gant, you didn't. We're gonna go out for ramen after this.
The murder was most likely a spur-of-the-moment crime, for no one in their right mind would choose the police department as a place to commit murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course.
You're forgetting, Mr. Wright, that the victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there?
Because he sent you on a mission back to your office.
Edgeworth, you're kind of stupid.
He's laying it out. He's trying to make me seem smart. Don't worry about it. I don't think he's stupid right now.
Yeah.
I was at the police department the entire day, you know.
And everyone's aware that Lana stayed at the prosecutor's office after the ceremony.
Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, so you think I just ordered an officer to do it? Hey, you! Take this here dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left all the evidence we need to prove how you moved the body to the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue just taking him space.
I didn't. How can the chief remove the body? Mr. Wright, show us this evidence.
To move the
It was
victim's
the blue
body.
badger.
No! Chief Gant used this! Take that! This is how he moved Detective Goodman's body.
There was a wrench at him. A screwdriver. God damn it.
You know, it'd be funnier if it was a wrench because it would have been a wrench in the plan.
Yeah. What's that? Screwdriver? What does that have to do with this case?
Mr. Edgeworth, think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here?
It's here because... I was asked to go by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office.
But you did. Because Chief Gant asked you to.
You mean
The body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car.
Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car.
Yes. Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice, Miss Lana Skye!
Order! 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 What's going on here? Slow it down, I'm kind of dumb. Is there no room for rebuttal to the defense's outrageous accusations?
No, because it's the truth! Shut your mouth, Your Honor! Let me continue! Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed into the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite.
There's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something.
I believe your time's up.
My time's up.
Sorry, Righto, but I'm having lunch with the District Attorney General after this. We have to get it going if we're going to make it in time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Like the right to refuse to testify. I'm invoking that right now.
What? That is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you are going to just run away after all this?
Run away? Don't make me laugh, Worthy. I stabbed old Goodman. That's what you're saying, right? But if you had any conclusive evidence, you would have presented it by now. Will I? You think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get it over with.
I'll say it again, Mr. Wright. Damon Gant is the current chief of police. This court will not tolerate any accusations against him without concrete proof. Well, Mr. Wright,
Your Honor?
do you have any concrete proof? Proof that Chief Gant murdered Detective Goodman and made Miss Skye dispose of the body?
Do I have any concrete proof? Do I?
My first thought was the shoe, but that doesn't tie into it at all.
Yeah. And this is all old evidence. Do I have any concrete proof?
The leather with the handprint on it hasn't come up.
It has not
That's
come up yet.
bothering me.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think it's relevant here, but it's been sitting in the back of my head.
Yeah. We haven't used the book.
Granted, there's
The
a lot
cloth.
of shit that's in the back of my head doing this.
Yeah. The book, the cloth, we haven't touched. I think we already touched that one. We're not touching that damn video again.
What?
Bloody handprint. Oh, that's relevant. I think the only piece of evidence we haven't touched throughout this whole trial so far is the book and the cloth. But is now the time... Do you have any concrete proof? The Goodman, though. Everything for Goodman is, like, through here. Let me choose to see, please. Small tag.
Does the cell phone have a transcript?
Yeah. Or I did. I thought at one point it did. Maybe it updated and now all we just see is the phone in itself.
Okay. It's my attorney badge.
Yeah, that's the proof. I don't know. Present evidence, I have no proof yet. Do I have any concrete proof? Found Chief can't save evidence from something, but what? Here's Emma Sky's prints. True, we're the only ones assuming that, well, obviously, wait, I'm pretty sure it is, but at this point in time, we're the ones assuming that this came from the SL9 incident, but we technically don't know what this is from, because it has no correlation to anything else other than having Emma's prints on it.
Yeah. Well, the reason we think it tied to SL9 is because it was sitting next to another piece of
Evidence,
from SL9.
yeah, from SL9. Do I have any concrete proof? Well, can I say I can? We're saving. I remember later in this trial there's a trick to something, but I can't remember what it was exactly. Can't Lana and Neil. That list is found. Found in Gant's safe. I wouldn't say this is concrete proof either, though. It's like... it's circumstantial evidence.
What would be proof of with regards to Goodman's murder?
Yeah.
Is this what we're hung up on?
Yeah.
It's got to be proof that Gant told Lana to dispose of it.
Can't telling Lana. I don't know. Like... rubber glove? No. Evidence room floor plans I don't think have anything to do with anything. Goodman's lost item report. We already used that earlier, and I don't think this is gonna necessarily specifically tie this. This has no connection to Lana. Evidence pass has no connection to Lana either, other than being the prosecutor's office. Fingerprints, IDs. We already went over that he's 7777777. Criminal knife. Small tag attached. Trace of Goodman and Lana Sky. Wait, why was this knife? Was this the knife that was in Goodman to begin with? Is that what Lana said?
Yeah. Yeah.
And she
She
took
took
it
that
out.
knife out, she put the other one in.
She took the knife out, put the other one in, and then called Emma to tell her about the evidence in the muffler. I feel like that's a better piece of evidence, but still it's circumstantial. But then again, it doesn't necessarily... well, it does, but it doesn't.
Real? I looked it up in case you didn't want the answer.
You looked it up?
Yep.
Which one is it?
The answer is you don't have the answer.
Okay, I thought this might be the trick one, but I couldn't quite remember when the trick answer came out. I knew there was a trick answer. Because the book. The book is like, if it's not related to something, then you can't present it as actual evidence. Da 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 da.
Yeah.
It's no use showing evidence. I'm not even sure of myself. No, Your Honor. At present, I have no conclusive evidence. See, G?
In that case, this court is forced to penalize you for your allegations against the chief.
What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, righto? It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again today. Okay, G, I'll leave the rest to you.
I warned you earlier, Mr. Wright. This is an affront to a senior officer in our nation's law enforcement agency. Lady Luck, Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't yet had the honor of hearing her testimony.
A lady who knows the truth. Another witness.
In the absence of conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is testimony.
But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse to testify.
There's still someone else. One more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Why are you asking me, Your Honor?
I'm not the one calling the witnesses.
Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a witness exist?
She may not be willing to tell the
Goodman.
truth. Yeah, let's call Goodman. But we can't just stop now. Yes, Your Honor. The defense calls forth this guy.
The defendant, Miss Lana Sky.
She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on February 21st. Her task? To dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with a certain someone's orders.
Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. It was my idea.
Mm-hmm.
Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. 15 minutes, we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court is now in
Hold on.
Eh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat.
Listen, good Lana.
He's talking to Lana.
I don't think you need me to tell you this, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claims, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Neil Marshall's murder.
This isn't good.
Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. All right then. I've got a lunch date to meet.
Sup, guys? I'm totally not guilty, but I'm gonna look really guilty.
Yep.
Okay. Aren't any further objections? This court is now in recess. Go get me a Kit Kat bar for the vending machine.
Give me a
I'm
break.
famished.
Give me a Kit Kat. Isn't that how it goes?
Take me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar.
There you go.
February 25th, 2:04 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2.
Looks like we managed to stay in the game.
Yeah. Thanks to your help, Eldjorth.
Hey, Chief. He's something else, eh, pals?
Detective Gumshoe.
Ha ha ha. I'm not a detective anymore.
Oh yeah. Sorry about that.
Don't worry. I've already decided where to work now. At your office.
My office?
Sure. I think the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with.
Could he mean Maya?
But you gotta wear the outfit, Gumshoe.
You gotta wear the outfits, requirements, uniform.
Still, looks like we're all out of moves now. Chief can't stun it again. How's it he always gets the upper hand?
It's not fair he has the right to refuse to testify.
Huh. Settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said. But Chief, that is not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered.
Risks. What did he mean by that?
It's simple. If the Chief refuses to testify, the opposite also holds true.
You mean he forfeits his right to say anything, too?
Emma! Emma! Are you okay?
Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she heard everything that's been going on. Emma, I'm sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. You know, it's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah, now I finally know what really happened. To think that all this time... My sister was being blackmailed by that terrible man. And she did it all just to protect me.
Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone knew her, said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you think I mean? Fellow Chief Gant's orders. She also shut herself up deep inside. To force herself to do anything and everything the Chief told her to do.
That must be why she became so cold. It's all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall.
Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. You don't blame anyone, blame society, pal. We live in a society.
Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into that armor. I see.
Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. For realsies this time.
Emma, why don't you wait here? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there. When Lana tells the truth.
Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Together.
Together. To be continued.
I really did like this trial though. Like, I know we're not finished with it yet, but I really did like this trial just because you see how we go from like being opposing sides with Edgeworth to working together just on separate sides of the aisle with Edgeworth. And it's just like, ah, what a pleasing thought, you know? It's just, you're not our enemy. You just so happen to be. It's like having the devil and angel on your shoulder. You have two sides of the equation. It's just we happen to so be working together.
I feel like we kind of had that with Turnabout Samurai too.
Yeah, I
With some
think so as
stuff,
well.
but not as prominent.
I think we started seeing some like inklings of it then, and then of course we had Edgeworth's trial after that, so he wasn't the prosecutor, obviously. But I think he was already starting to see some inklings there, and then after his trial, it was kind of a wake-up call of like, well, fuck, man, like, people lie. Maybe I should try, you know? Maybe I should try hard to work with Wright because I can trust that he's doing the best he can, so I've got to do the best I can so we can figure out the truth versus just kind of like coming to an answer. Like a answer in general versus the answer. But it's just...
Also, when he was a kid, he wanted to be a defense attorney.
He did,
The
yeah.
thing that happened with his dad and Von Karma
Yeah.
is why he wanted to become a prosecutor, so that criminals couldn't get away anymore.
Yep.
And then we resolved that whole thing, and he realized he didn't kill his fucking dad.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know what? Maybe being a defense attorney's okay.
Yeah. I'll be a defense attorney in prosecutor's clothing.
Right.
February 25th, 2:21 p.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 9.
Now then. Will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? And don't just scream about being guilty on, like, right off the cuff. Miss Lana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you.
But, Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I've done these past 2 years.
Whatever. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Sky. And remember, you are under oath. We only hear the truth.
Of course. The truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I'll always be your sister.
That is scientifically accurate.
Mm.
Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant.
Everything hinges on your testimony. You're the only chance we have to get Gant. Gant and the fabrication. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dart convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Are you sure about this testimony?
Your Honor, I'm confessing to a capital offense. Of course I'm sure. But Lana!
This is true. That means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this.
That's what I've been telling you from the beginning. Please, Mr. Wright, I've got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's telling the truth? She's not. I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony.
Can she read your mind?
Yeah, this is no time to start second-guessing myself.
The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Worked alongside Gant.
How many years exactly? Ever since I made senior detective. Let's see. I was 24 then, so that would have been 5 years.
Detective Gant and Detective Sky were legendary partners. I personally saw them testify in numerous cases.
She must have been good, coming from the same school as Mia. Damon Gant was a respectable detective. That's why. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. Really no. Really no. But think about it, Miss Sky. You didn't murder Detective Goodman. You told me as much yesterday in jail. You still don't get it, do you, Mr. Wright? Any testimony you cannot present in court is as useless as idle gossip. I stabbed Detective Goodman with a knife. And I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago, all by myself. Did you do so to help your sister? Joe Dark was a serial killer. My sister almost became his last victim that day. I didn't want that incident to ruin her life. But what she did was justifiable self-defense. She wouldn't have been charged with anything. That's not the point. She was traumatized that day, all because of that creep. That's why I couldn't forgive him. Lana. So that's why you...
That's why I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago.
And I found Prosecutor Marshall's body rewritten to crime scene. You say you did this all by yourself? Yes.
Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene?
It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. That's not... Okay.
That was never true.
That was never part of any testimony. What? But Prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is, it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life.
It was me.
Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I'll never change this statement.
You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark?
Something like that.
If that is so, what happened to the other murder weapon? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife.
Oh. That was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. All just to protect me.
So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this is what everything boils down to.
Yes. I broke out the tip of Dark's knife, planted it inside the wound, and then moved the body. What? You planted the tip of Dark's knife in the victim's wound?
And then you moved the body. But why? Why would you do that?
You of all people should know, Wedgeworth. You've always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad, but maybe I ought to ask for the sake of the others. Why'd you plant the knife? Why'd you move the body? Why'd you plant the knife? But why did you do that? Come now, Mr. Wright. You should be able to figure that out.
Well, let's add this to the witness's testimony. The reason Miss Sky fabricated the knife.
I knew the tip of the weapon found buried in his body would be all the proof we needed. According to your testimony, Prosecutor Marshall's broken knife was the murder weapon, right? Yes, and leaving it at that might point the blame away from Dark. I felt the most effective way to get him convicted would be by having the tip of his knife found inside the victim's body.
So you You buried it inside the victim's stab wound.
Yes. Because I hated Dark for what he did.
Huh.
My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Really now? So you rearranged the crime scene? Are you sure you didn't do this to keep Emma from looking like the murderer? How many times do I have to tell you, Mr. Wright? Emma didn't do it. Period. Are you so desperate to hide that fact? You're willing to risk the death sentence? She's lying! She did it so that I wouldn't be blamed for what happened! In any case, as a prosecutor, what I've done is unpardonable. There's nothing I can do to make up for my actions. Mr. Wright! My sister's lying! Looks like she's determined to protect you to the end. She insists she fabricated the evidence by herself. There's no way she could have done it alone. I've gotta get Lana to talk more. If she's lying, then she's bound to slip up and make a contradiction. Do I ask her about the body? And then move the body. I think this one was the one that had two options. I guess I didn't ask the right question. Why didn't you move the body? When you showed up on the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you deduced it by... It was where you deduced it was. By Chief Gant's desk.
But the body was found by your desk. Why did you move it then?
The reason for that is simple.
Let's have the witness explain this in more detail. The reason this guy moved the body.
The pieces of the jar that shattered in the events threatened my plan. What? The pieces of the jar? You mean... Yes. That wretched jar you showed us earlier. In order to show that Dark committed the crime, I felt it would be more expedient to move the body.
So... when you first found the body, the jar was already...
Of course, it had been shattered to pieces. If you looked at the crime scene, it would be clear right away what happened. Neil Marshall was dead, and Dark was lying unconscious. In other words, the jar must have been broken during their struggle.
She...
What's the matter, Emma? Apparently the jar shattered at the time the crime was committed. But I have a feeling there's more to it than that. There must be a contradiction here somewhere. Anyway, I committed this fabrication completely alone. Oh, okay. So the jar, is it coming back to Emma's name being written on it?
Look at the awards picture. Okay. I was trying to see if the jar was turned facing the opposite way. Because my theory was that Emma's name got written on it before
Yeah.
all of this happened.
Well, that would have to be the case, right? If it shattered like that and it was written so cleanly. Unless someone pieced the broken vase back together, wrote her name, and then broke it apart again. Like, that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah.
Because if her name was written just like in the wreckage, you would have to have random pieces lying in each other in very, I guess, subjective ways. Like, you would never be able to replicate the break the same way, right? You could just connect the lines over broken pieces to see how the blood trails to make an assumption, but it's perfectly written on a flat surface.
Okay, my only motivation... Pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan. threaten my plan. Unstable jar.
Clearly, we need to present the jar and the statement about the jar.
Yeah. Pieces of the jar that shattered in the event ruined my plan. Our plan was to convict Dark. She insists that Emma didn't do it, and she said she only did this for Dark, but that the contradiction, I think, is because Emma's written on the jar. But she says, I didn't do this for Emma. I did this to convict Dark. Emma didn't do this, so why would the jar be a problem if it wasn't for the name Emma being written on it, and thus her motivation being to protect Emma, not to convict Dark? I'm making save. I think it might actually be the jar again, actually.
So would you present it on the statement about the jar, or a different statement?
The pieces of the jar that shattered during the event threatened my plan. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. I suppose this one
feels like that statement lines more with what you were saying.
Yeah. Oh no.
Nope.
No. Nope. If anything, we lost points to the judge. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma.
Were you going to reload or just move on from there?
If I get hit again, I'll reload.
Okay.
My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Had nothing to do with Emma. Let's see, what are our other statements? Piece of the jar that shattered during my event started my plan. Broke the tip off a knife. Fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. There's no truth to this blackmail theory. I worked alongside Camp for years. Piece of the jar that shattered in events. Did we try it on this? I don't know what else it could be. It threatened your plans because it was in regards to Emma. I don't know. Okay.
Fuck you, Ace Attorney.
I know, right? And watch it be like the explanation here is going to be because of that like it's going to correlate to that last sentence as well. Miss Sky, I understand how you feel. You committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister.
You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered?
If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring to everyone's attention a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction? In my testimony? You testified, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar that shattered during the events threatened my plan." That's right.
You have a problem with that?
It's a simple oversight, really. You see, a message was written on this jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written it in his final moments. Exactly. So, and this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write his message on the jar, it might not. It must not yet have been broken before he died. He couldn't have written Emma's name on a shattered jar.
Yeah.
Yeah. What we've been saying for the last 30 minutes.
Order, order. I mean, I've been calling some of these
Yeah.
shots from like
Way out
last
there.
swing on.
Yeah.
So. So what happened was, Gant murdered him in the evidence room, stuffed him in the trunk, and then moved him over to the other building. 12 hours later. So what happened was...
Yeah, pretty much.
Your Honor, it would appear... more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here.
Something critical?
Chief Prosecutor. Seems you're as in the dark as we are. About the truth towards which we're headed.
What?
Just tell us exactly what you saw. We'll piece together the information to arrive at the truth. I brought my tube of glue. Very well. The witness may now continue her testimony.
Jar and message in blood. I immediately noticed the blood traces of the jar. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered.
You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood?
I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to erase the real evidence.
Very well. The defense may now begin its cross-examination.
So the jar was already broken? It's a miracle that thing hadn't broken earlier.
Certainly looks as feeble as the defense's case. Same.
Rude. But not as feeble as the judge's judgment.
Accurate. You're an ace detective who never missed detail. Do you really expect us to believe you didn't investigate what was written on the jar pieces?
Normally I would have. But it was dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. So you didn't know your sister's name was written on the jar? No. If I had known, I would have gathered all the pieces and ground them to dust. Well, that helps my case. Lana? You'd do that for me? It seems you two might make up yet. Anyway, I just barely had enough time to move the body as it was.
If someone happened upon the scene, you'd lose your chance to erase the evidence. You must have been in a hurry.
I was. I knew I had to destroy the evidence before anyone came.
This is rather shocking.
Be safe, I wiped away all the blood. I'm afraid this action of yours reveals what really happened.
What do you mean?
If you really thought Dark killed Prosecutor Marshall, you wouldn't have wiped away the blood. What else could I have done in that situation? Lana, I only had a few moments. There wasn't enough time for me to do anything else but gather up the pieces. Fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. But how could you see with the power out? It should have been pitch black in that office. A detective is always prepared, Mr. Wright. Even now, I always carry a pocket light and a camera with me. Even I carry a bottle of emergency luminol wherever I go. I never miss anything. I got every last piece.
Didn't you have to, like, scrape and scrimp to get the bottle of luminol that she gave you?
I think so. I can't remember.
I was like, how do you use the last of my allowance to buy this one last bottle?
Oh, okay.
Proceeds to spray the entire parking garage.
Yeah, yep. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they're discovered. So you illegally rearranged the crime scene? Yes. I don't have any excuses for my actions. I'm so sorry, Lana. I didn't know. I've treated you so badly all this time. It's not too late. There's still plenty of time to make up. After we've gotten to the bottom of this incident.
No doubt this day will leave a permanent stain on the history of the prosecutor's office. I mean, that's already there, buddy.
Yeah.
So.
More contradictions have surfaced in her testimony. Your sister's really putting up a fight. She must really care about you. Still, she's not doing this the right way. I think I've finally figured out the contradiction in her testimony. Have you now? There's one final possibility that might turn everything around. Have we now? There's the blood traces. It was dark in the room. Let me see if I wiped away the blood. The fragments were large, so I'm sure I got them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. Phoenix seems to know.
Fascinating to me.
Huh?
I just don't know how to
Connect the dots?
because the one that had the biggest amount of blood left on it was the one that was hidden.
Yeah.
Which means that somebody got in there before she did.
Yeah. So do we use the jar again?
Don't know.
I'm sure I got them all. Let's save. I was concerned about wiping the blood off everything. I'm sure I got them all. Final fragment. Yeah, final fragment found in Chief Can't Save. Emma's written on the surface in blood. Oh, it'll be a good silence. Miss Sky, I believe this jar conceals a truth that even you were unaware of. What? We found the final piece of the jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief's safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about that final piece. There was still blood on it.
The witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off of them.
Yes, which leaves us with only one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up at the scene. Chief Gant got there before you.
But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? That's a big-ass piece.
Was. I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are far too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective.
That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. My mouth all along. Can you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor? When this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken. Oh, that. There's no way a name could have been written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was Chief Gant. At the time, he was looking for Doc downstairs. Besides, even if he was there first, how would he break the jar?
The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact? Why did he hide that fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that?
No. Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hid one of the broken pieces. Question: what's this action called?
Fabrication of evidence.
But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards?
Come on, Judge.
Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma, and therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Sky became the Chief's puppet.
No. I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the Chief. I can't watch you suffer anymore for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. Don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorneys make up all the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client.
I guess you do seem the type who likes to twist the truth.
Judge!
When?
Wait a minute. What if we're still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap?
Something wrong, Mr. Wright?
Lana, maybe right after all.
What do you mean, right?
So you do tell foul lies then, Mr. Wright? Miss Sky, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma's accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might also be a lie. But
Yay.
I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Sky, if you will. I can't.
There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there is a possibility that it will, if you tell the truth.
Very well. I'll testify about what I really saw.
Alright. The witness may testify once more for the final time.
Actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on that suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked her to the murder. I had Chief Gant help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent.
What?
What?
Unbelievable! The body was impaled on the armor's sword? Didn't we theorize that, like, 8 hours ago?
Yeah.
You're the only one who saw that. Only you had proof.
Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. Is there actually something hidden in that stupid book? What?
Yeah.
To me? It's a picture I took at the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed. But I don't remember receiving a picture like that. Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright? She really does have faith in you.
No, she doesn't. Really shouldn't. There's this book for reference. Look through it thoroughly. Does not bother to even open it to find a picture inside. Top notch.
Yep.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Please present this picture.
I don't remember receiving any pictures from Lana. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? I seem to remember getting something from her then. Let's check that evidence again. There must be a picture in there somewhere. Gosh damn it.
It was the bird all along.
Pio! Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my. This is the actual crime scene. No other detective saw the crime scene like this. Because I contacted Criminal Affairs only after I'd rearranged everything. Lana's picture inserted into the court record. Mr. Wright! That piece cut out from his vest! Could that be? The cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe. What's this? This is a handprint, isn't it?
Something markedly weird about that, though.
That cloth. It had fingerprints on it. Whosever fingerprints those are must be the real murderer. What? But those fingerprints... They're yours, Emma. I hear your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright.
There's no blood on the leather cloth that we found, but there's blood all over the front of him.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's get on with the cross-examination. So long as we tell the truth, we should be able to flush out the wheel murder. Very well, the defense may now begin its cross-examination.
Whoa. You're back. Come now, Edgy. This is the poorest 6 years for a trial I've ever seen.
Chief Gant.
What? Now you want to make me out to be the bad guy too? If so, I'd like to put in a word or two in my defense.
Oh. I'm afraid it's too late for that.
What?
You already declined to testify. That means you forfeited your right to make statements of any sort.
This must be that risk we were talking about earlier.
Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the noose tagging around your own neck.
Gah. Ah, so what? You think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you. But I don't need to make any statements.
What do you mean?
The evidence will do all the talking for me. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence.
Yeah, that's true. Wait, you mean... you still have some conclusive evidence?
No, I don't. But someone does.
Someone.
So, what's your excuse, Rido? Why have you been keeping quiet about it? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death? Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt?
Is this true, Mr. Wright?
If I show that piece of evidence now, Emma's sure to be made out as the murderer.
Mr. Wright, if you have any more evidence, present it now. If you try to conceal anything, you will be the one appearing before the Board of Inquiries.
What do I do now? I'd better think this through carefully. can't afford to make the wrong decision. Should I present that piece of evidence? The one that shows who really killed Prosecutor Marshall? Maybe this is the trick question. Because if we show
I
it...
think he's giving you a lot of fucking choice.
Okay, but... Whoa! We don't know what that cloth was from, right? There's nothing that's specifying what that cloth is from. All we know that it has Emma's fingerprints on it.
Someone mentioned that it felt familiar, and I think that's about all we had.
Yeah, so we haven't connected where this piece of cloth is. And so I think this is a trick question because in here, Rule 2, unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. We don't know that it's relevant to the case on trial. So I think this is a trick question. Because this has no correlation with anything other than it was also found in Gant's safe and bears Emma's prints. But it doesn't mean that it's connected to the SL9 case.
Yep.
I'm gonna save just to be sure, but I think this is our trick question here that I was waiting for. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. What? You lie!
Chief Kent?
You opened my safe! I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence! I don't know what you're talking about. Mr. Wright, why don't you show them? We found it together. Oh, I see. It's because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it.
What are you talking about, Chief Gas?
Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at this picture. See the victim's vest? Notice anything odd about the chest area?
That part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means you, the Chief of Police, have been concealing evidence. It's going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department.
Impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, Righto. Well, I can't just let you pin me up as the murderer. I'll tell you what really happened.
What? You mean you admit to it?
I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her? I knew Lana. If I made it look like the blame lay with her sister, that when she saw the scene, she would ask for my aid.
So you assisted Miss Sky.
I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body and move the body across the room.
And I ended up using that evidence to get Jodar convicted.
When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. That was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence? You mean those items in your safe?
Why?
For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for a murder that girl committed.
You mean you were calculating that far ahead while forging the evidence?
What do you take me for? A fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. See this jar fragment? I hid the most legible part of Emma's name. I don't know about that. I didn't expect Lana to go and wipe the blood off all the pieces.
But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on this jar, too?
Ho ho ho. Some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept one more item
For insurance.
You mean that piece of cloth?
Come on, Righto. Cough it up already. I know you have it.
What are you waiting for, Mr. Wright?
So, you admit to it then, Chief Gant? That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, being chief and all. But it's a lot better than being portrayed as a murderer.
Well, Mr. Wright, what do you have to say for yourself? Just a moment ago, you said you didn't have any evidence you could present.
Foolish move, Righto. You should have shown it then before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth has finally arrived. As long as I don't mess up here, victory's mine. Do I still say cannot show evidence? Or do I show the evidence now because he's admitted to saying that it was connected? Emergency save. As long as I don't mess up here, victory's mine. If I show it, it'll have Emma's prints on it, and they'll be like, why the hell did you not show it? And I'm not sure if it's going to go on an explanation there. Or do I say I still cannot show it because there's no concrete evidence that that piece of cloth is connected to the crime? He admitted, though, to it. The description didn't change, did it?
The blood situation really bothers me. I don't know if it's just like a design oversight, but
Yeah, it's hard to tell what's a like just design error versus a purposeful thing, you know, a purposeful line of thinking. Show evidence cannot show evidence. As long as I don't mess up, victory is mine. I don't know if we've connected it though. Because he admitted to it, but at the same time, he's not allowed to give testimony. So even if he just all he said right now, I don't know. Okay, I also don't know how the minutia of it all, whether or not he can say this but not say that, and what we're gonna pull from this if he's not allowed to say anything because he can't testify since he denied to testify. I'm gonna say we can't show it because I don't think he was allowed to say that because that's not... Okay, he can say it, but it's not... It's not, what's the word, acknowledged by the court of law because he refused to testify and he just testified in a way.
yeah.
I want to say cannot.
I could do that line of logic.
No, it's too late to show the evidence now. Besides, even if I did, it just exposed that poor girl's fingerprints.
Right. Think hard over the circumstances.
The circumstances.
I'm talking about then and now. There's one major difference between the two. About 2 years. Weren't you waiting for that difference?
So, George figured out my plan. Gosh damn it! Mr. Wright, this is your only chance! Okay, so it was, I guess, for whatever reason, even though he's not allowed to testify, that particular moment where he gave all the evidence connected it. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now.
Alright then, let's see this conclusive evidence. The evidence that shows who actually murdered the prosecutor marshal.
There we go. Let me verify this once more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes! At last, you finally brought it out into the open.
There's a handprint on the piece of cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests that be immediately sent to the lab for analysis. The sandprint on the leather. There must have been strong impact for it to have been left so clearly. Green! It could not have been forged. It must be authentic, conclusive evidence.
Ho ho ho! You're as slow on the uptake as ever, Worthy.
What?
Think about it. Wright had all this time to present this evidence, yet he was reluctant to do so. Why would that be?
You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on it.
Yeah. Mr. Wright? Do you really know? Yeah.
Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Whose fingerprints are they?
Okay, now hold your horses here, alright? Very well. I'll tell you.
After this short break.
Yeah. It should be okay now. Everything's proceeding as predicted. The person to whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma. Boom.
Emma. Emma Sky.
What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma. Why? Why didn't you tell me?
Their relationship is ruined.
Oh, you're really something, Righto. You knew this girl did it all along, and you still tried to pin the murder on me.
So it's true. Tragic, but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death.
How could you? You monster!
The Sky.
You knew those fingerprints, those were all along. You acted like she really didn't. Miss Sky, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet. Ha! But I'm afraid it is over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career, too. Hold on just a second. Toma, what are you doing?
Well, we have like 6 other Phoenix Wright games to get through. His career can't be over.
Okay, sorry about that. Sorry about that. I just glanced over to my bed and all of a sudden a pillow was moving. I was like, what is going on? And I have this donut, a large donut-shaped pillow, and he's a dachshund, so he fits through the hole. And so he got himself stuck in the pillow.
Oh.
It was just waddling around the bed, knocking everything over. Like, what is going on? I'm like, oh, you're stuck. Okay. Serious moment now. It's very serious. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy! What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's just one little thing I have to clear up. Oh, and what's that? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall?
What?
Chief Gant, you are absolutely right. This piece of cloth proves who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask?
It was in the sky, wasn't it?
I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What?
Yeah.
A contradiction? What is this fool blabbering about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is.
But, Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth. What could it possibly contradict?
Chief Gant, your tyrannical reign ends here. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth.
Yeah.
What?
It's the picture, because it's not covered in fucking blood.
Yeah, there we go. Blood. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut out?
Yes. Your shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though.
Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs were no doubt punctured. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out from his mouth.
Oh, for that piece of cloth. Wait, there's no blood on it.
Since Emma Sky's fingerprints are on the cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled on the sword at that time. No! This is nonsense! Now then, Chief Gant, let me ask you something. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside.
He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out.
If so, then tell me, who could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword?
And to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue. And make Lana believe her sister did it.
Remember what you admitted only moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest? Ironic, isn't it? Though the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer! No! It's finally all over. Oh, that was close, Ryder. You almost had me. Sorry, but you'll have to do better than that. I refute your allegations.
What do you mean you refute his allegations?
You see, that piece of cloth is illegal evidence!
Order! Order! What nonsense is this?
Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, Reggie? Hurley or old Rido here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Rido? You do have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time.
Well, That's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence.
At that moment, that piece of cloth ceased to be legal evidence. But that's not fair! Who did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like the last laugh's on you, son.
But your rules are stupid, so we should ignore them. I'm afraid Mr. Gantling is legally correct. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? So, illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person. Assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Huh? Well, Mr. Wright.
It seems, at last, the time for me to reveal my plan has finally arrived.
You got a plan? Mr. Wright, do you admit to it? That you purposefully and illegally concealed this piece of cloth?
The wording makes it so much more threatening. Let's ignore illegally here, but you purposely concealed this piece of cloth. I did. No! But you did! You've just gotta explain why! Come on, Wright! Come on!
No, if I admit to that,
All my planning will have been for nothing!
It seems Mr. Wright didn't understand the implication of his conduct.
Gosh damn it! I didn't understand the implication of your damn question!
Going to change your position. This is your only chance, Wright.
he's right.
I admit, I refused to present it at one point. Haha! So the evidence is illegal. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant. It's not that I didn't present evidence then. It's that I couldn't.
What do you mean you couldn't?
There are certain procedures involved in presenting evidence. No, Ashi, don't listen to his lies! He's nothing but a coward! You can't really believe!
There is only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier, you refused to present evidence. If you can prove your conduct was not a violation of the law, then do so now. Is it just the book?
I can't save. I hope so. I hope so. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. It was not relevant. If you can prove your conduct was not in violation of the law, then do so now. Take that. This is my proof, Your Honor. Evidence law. What's this? I've done my homework too, Chief. Indeed, Emma Sky's fingerprints were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written right here in this book. The second rule of evidence law.
Rule 1. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department.
I found this piece of evidence myself, inside your safe. Goes without saying, I did not have approval from the police department.
Rule 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial.
And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want a relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can you recall when was that picture presented?
That was shown only a few moments ago.
No.
He's right. Yes, we know his name. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless.
The person who gave it value as evidence was you, Damon Gant.
You yourself confessed to a certain truth.
Let me verify this once more.
On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest? Oh, yes! No!
I just heard a scream from my basement.
Oh. That would be important to go check out. Heard a scream from his basement. What do you keep in your basement, Soph? Good time for a stretch and drink. Remember, y'all stay hydrated too. Hydration is very important. We're almost to the end here. I'm starting to get tired, to be honest. But I kind of want to finish it off because I know we're so close. We're so close. No, you're not going out there. You stay over here. Okay. Oh no, network, don't start acting up. No, you don't start whining either, Tomo. I will say that we have gone quite a long time tonight before the network started acting up, which I'm thankful for. But I just wanna finish this trial. I wanna finish off the game. Come on, network, restabilize. Perfect. Thank you, network. I appreciate you. If I'm really nice and gentle with it, maybe it'll listen to me and behave. You're doing so good tonight, internet. Thank you for being good. I appreciate you. Thank you for hearing my plea. $11:30? We'll get it finished. I'll get it finished tonight. Hope you all are having a good night tonight. It seems the network is also misbehaving again. How unfortunate. It's okay, internet, you can work properly. And Tomo, you don't need to whine, it's okay. Network, come back online, please. That would be stupendous. Everything's just hurting. It's like you've been streaming for too long. Without any problems? That is not allowed. Hey, did we bounce out? We might have bounced out, hold on. I don't know what to believe anymore. Oops, that's not what I wanted to grab. Tomo, don't mind, baby. Shh, it's okay. Seems like we're still in network purgatory.
We're somewhere between the internet and not the internet. Who knows where that is? It could be an adventure. It's almost up. I wonder if it's gonna rain more tonight. Because it rained earlier today. But it's been kind of just hot and humid, which is not great. It does not look like we have any rain. Humidity for the rest of the week. Chances for rain though till Saturday. Tomo, hey. Mister. We working again? I don't know. Hey, Tomo, don't mind, baby. Don't mind. It's okay. No, I hope everything's okay with Soph. The network timed out. What, it bounce out? Oh, it might bounce out. Bounce back? We might have. Hopefully it doesn't dip again. Looks like we're bounced out again. Yay! I am back. From a brief network interruption. I honestly don't know how much stream caught of everything while it was bouncing back and forth. I was kind of just talking to myself, to be honest. Man, I'm excited for Saturday. I want to play more Star Rail. We are so close. We are so not so close. We're so close to finishing this, but in Star Rail, I want to catch up with stuff. Get the story down. I know there's a lot more that I haven't touched yet, and I'm assuming there's probably more story content that they released with the update, because that was the first update, I think. There's lots to see and lots to do. Gotta get my Trailblazer level up. Yeah, I think that's what it's called. Gotta get my Trailblaze level up before I can continue with the main story quest, at least. Gotta get those grinding hours in. It's fine though. I got so many characters that I want to. Yes, I want to, but I need to build up to be able to be successful. What are you doing, Tomo? You just snorching around? There better not be a bug under there. There's a bug under there in your act, that I swear. I don't know what you're doing, bud. He's just sniffing. Man, I hope those leaks of the 5-star Dongheng are going to be what comes out, or at least close to what comes out. Because oh my gosh, those designs look so good. They look so good, man. Hit me right in my Rex slap his heart. Hit me. Two of my favorite characters being Zhongli and Rex Slap as well. My two favorite characters. me liking Zhongli, and also me liking Kazuha. I feel like Dongheng's kind of like a cross between them. They got similar vibes to them. No, I never would have thought I would care much about dragons. I do like the Asian type dragons that don't have like the big wings, and I guess they do have claws and stuff, but they don't really have like wings and stuff. They're just kind of long. I
How
like
did we get on dragons?
Oh, I was just talking to fill the time, and I was talking about the leaks for the potential leaks for that 5-star Dongheng that have like the dragon bits to him. And so I was talking about how much I like Zhongli. And I was like, I never thought I would be a dragon person, but Asian dragons kind of hit for me. I like how they're long. Like I think it's because they don't really have wings usually. And then they're just like long little noodles, and I like that. Is everything okay?
My roommate found a mouse.
Oh, yeah.
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 And it was alive. Normally, when we found them in the past, they were dead.
Oh, man. We had a mouse in our old house at one point. It had gotten into our dog food somehow. And so my mom went to go scoop, because we just had the dog food in like the bags themselves, and the mouse was in there. Yeah. So my mom went to go scoop the dog's food to go put it in the bowl, and the mouse jumped out at her. And we hear her just screeching from across the house. We're like, what is it? What is it? She's like, there's a mouse in the house! So I don't know where it went. And it scurried under the fridge, and we had like this whole ordeal of moving the fridge, and it scurried out, and we just opened the back door and shoot it out. We couldn't catch it.
Huh. Yeah.
But yeah. I think like it's not great to have mice in your house, but I think out of the things that you could find in your house, that's probably one I would rather see, just because everything else is usually a lot creepier.
Yeah, I thought it was like a spider or something, the
Yeah.
way that they screamed at first.
But yeah, it was a good time for you to go find a mouse, because my network went down like twice.
Yeah.
So it was good timing. We were meant to have an interlude, because you subconsciously knew that my internet was going to be a bitch. So everything is good.
My conscious had nothing to do with it, I don't think, unless I can telepathically control mice.
Maybe you can. Who knows? Your cat, after all, do you chase after them? You telepathically tell them where to go so you can catch them?
I mean, I guess that kind of worked out. So I did go down there and help my roommate catch the mouse.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, I'm not sure if you said this line, but whenever you're ready.
It's probably been a hot minute since I did, even if I did, so. It was then that you approved this cloth. As conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth.
The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in his final moments. In other words, the real murderer. And there's only one person who that could be. I can read. Damon Gant. The killer was you. Oh, I can't. He's too much hot air. I can't.
Most of it was not catching on Discord, so.
Yeah. Whatever. I hit an incorrect pitch. Discord did not like it. I was trying to keep up with what he was saying. I knew I should have gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum! Those 2 years he's been snooping around the department, trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me.
Well, your crime wasn't exactly petty.
He wanted to reinvestigate the case. He recruited Angel Star, then convinced Bruce Goodman. Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right.
If the evidence is transferred, I'll lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you've got to help me.
Goodman turned him down, as he ought to. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit.
He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence.
Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then all of a sudden he decided to speak out! What are you talking about, Goodman?
Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There are too many questions left.
He opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking the evidence out, he said,
It's not too late. Go and hand all this over to Marshall.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to see me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it. That accursed knife. I couldn't just pull it out.
Doing so would have only led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime.
Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried to wipe it up. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on the Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as the crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it.
Then you put the body in my car.
I'm sorry. I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Yeah, that's a way to justify, you know, a crime. A crime, breaking and entering. You know, you make more money than me. That you can deal with that. It's fine. Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how? How could you get Miss Sky involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out.
So you took the evidence from Detective Goodman's locker.
I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. There is a wild ultimate. Hi. Welcome back.
Hello.
Hello, hello. We are almost done. We're near the end.
So, you left the jar fragments in the glove. Yeah. It looks like I was better off being an investigator of crimes than a committer. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay.
Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. Did we ever actually figure out why he did the murder 2 years ago?
I don't think so. Don't think so.
It was fun being with you, Tube. I'm heading to bed now. Thank you for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed stream, and I hope you get yes, a good sleep. I hope you sleep well. I'll see you around next time.
On a bed of pasta.
On a bed of pasta?
Yeah. He eats a lot of pasta.
Okay, I would say, I'm like, am I missing a joke here?
It's an ongoing thing in Arya's channel, and perhaps others, I'm not sure.
I see, I see. Then I hope you also have a good rest upon a bed of pasta.
I think his channel point actually has something to do with pasta.
That's cute.
You must have known that.
Tell me, Worthy. Why do you stand in court?
Me?
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same.
Don't say that to him.
One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man.
You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, he'll never be alone. That's not true.
I have the power of friendship.
Well, looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Haji.
What?
Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend.
I'm sorry too, Demon Gant. I knew you as you used to be, long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others on the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person.
Those days are gone now, Haji. Thanks for all the memories, though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Worthy. These two around. Can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sounds of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes. First, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Sky? You no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I'll tell everything. All that I've done these past 2 years. From the time I had Gant help me forge evidence, up until today.
So, it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered.
Except why he killed Neil Marshall. I'm sorry, Miss Sky.
I think it might have been... The only thing I could figure is to frame Dark.
Yeah, maybe.
Because he was talking about how you'll do anything to catch a criminal.
Yep.
Up to and including doing murder yourself.
Apparently. That's true. I'm sorry, Miss Sky. I couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My. What high standards you have for a rookie.
Hey, this is my 5th trial.
I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you just might make it to the top. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. Miss Sky. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You've suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it's been for you.
Huh. It was nothing.
Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you. And yet, you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth.
Stop it. I only did my job. In light of this case, seems a good self-examining is in order for all of us. Miss Sky.
Yes, Your Honor?
You are innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is you still acted as his accomplice. A trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date.
Yes. I understand, Your Honor.
Is there something amusing about all of this? Why are you smiling?
It's just been so long since I smiled and felt relief. It's been a long time, Your Honor. Wow! A long time since I felt free of these heavy chains.
Well, this trial has gone on for far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, the court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky,
Not guilty!
All because of a scrap of leather.
All because of a scrap of leather.
That is all. Court's adjourned. I'm gonna go eat some more Kit Kats.
February 25th, 5:03 p.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby number 2.
At long last, it's finally over. Emma? What a long face! I'm sorry your sister didn't completely off the hook. But at least she wasn't convicted for murder she didn't commit. No, that's not it. Just now, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you too, Mr. Edgeworth. Oops, no! We don't need that.
Objection!
Objection! No!
You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. You've done well.
She hasn't seen her smile in a long time.
You know, I did my best too. But
Oh.
Lana didn't say a single word to me.
Oh, I'm not interrupting anything, pals. No,
Nah. Don't worry about it.
Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later.
Get back here. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? No!
You got some nerve making me run all over town. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making the detective run all around all on duty. Top it all off. You call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals.
Is this the same dialogue?
Yes. Hey, lighten up, pals. I'm only kidding.
Oh, are you here because of my sister again?
Nope. Not this time. I came today because of you, pal.
Me?
That's right. I thought you'd like to see someone. The Blue Badger.
No! Not the Blue Badger anymore! Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know.
Well, I don't tell if you won't.
Emma, I owe you an apology.
It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it.
That day 2 years ago. Was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in that mess.
Sis.
I asked Aunt to help me cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake. But now, I realize I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you'd look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how you'd react if you knew.
But sis, you were only doing it for me.
No.
Huh?
I turned my back on you that day. In hiding what I believed to be the truth, I was deceiving you.
Sis.
I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm so sorry.
But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm
Happy now. You're happy?
Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back. And now you have.
Oh, Emma.
Emma.
Alright,
Aw.
Kyle.
No one can change the past. The only thing we can do is strive to make up for our mistakes. What must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in so doing, we can find the way back to our rightful path. It is from there that we can move on toward a brighter future. At least, that's what I felt, watching the two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe.
What, me?
Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. Where was he hiding?
I just came to say congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right. Well, I'll be going now.
Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We were the ones who acted corruptly, not you.
It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today that I can't correct my mistakes.
Mr. Edgeworth.
Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right.
You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we're the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone.
But you're never alone. I do despise criminals. Time to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary. But I've known that to be true for quite some time now.
But, Edgeworth,
Who knows? Given enough time, I might try to pull something like Chief Gant did. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue on as a prosecutor.
Edgeworth, don't you understand? Damon Ganton, your mentor, Manfred von Karma. How dare you invoke that name! We're both the best of the best when it came to fighting crime. But they both made the same mistake.
They had no friends.
They had no friends. You said, in order to fight crime on my own, I'd need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright. And because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence that otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? What? Oh, yeah. What is this, a pop quiz? Come on, Mr. Wright.
I wasn't sleeping.
Come on, Mr. Wright. Show him what Alana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I would have been able to find on our own.
Attorney badge.
Attorney badge. What is it? Oh my god, I feel like there's like not really a wrong answer because I feel like I've done different things for different playthroughs and stuff.
Oh.
But what would have been? What was the culmination of Edgeworth and my partnership? What could have only happened with our powers combined?
Is the implication that all of the evidence was a result of working together?
Maybe, I don't know.
Technically, the fingerprint swab was a gift from him.
That is true. That is very true. Here, I wouldn't have figured out stuff if it wasn't for you giving me this, Edgeworth.
Oh, that might mean something to you. But I don't see how it had anything to do with our partnership.
Well, fuck. Huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the
Well
right
done,
piece of
Miss-
evidence. Oh, we're continuing anyway, I guess.
It's time for me to go.
Gosh damn it, I want to know what it was now. Here, hold on, I want to see. The walkthrough doesn't say. Oh, wait. Ah, man!
Oh, it was the evidence list.
It was the evidence list. Damn. I couldn't have gotten a good moment with Edgeworth. I missed it. And the last save was so long ago. Oh well. Mr. Edgeworth.
Still excuse me. There's still some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor.
Edgeworth! What will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember. You can let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you.
I know. Seems like my thing's right. But what I face now is my problem.
Edgeworth. I'll be waiting for you in court.
Very well. I was running off the assumption that all of the evidence was in some way a joint effort, but my initial thought was the evidence
The evidence list. See, this is so long ago, my brain's so fried. I was like, where do we go with this?
We've also been going for 5.5 hours.
We have. I'd better be going too. Okay, but I'll be by to visit soon. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Here, this is a little something for you. Scientific investigation. It's the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis! I will! And so, another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And as for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself.
Well, don't go tricking off just yet, pal.
Huh? What is it, detective?
We had to let Soph talk again. There's just a little matter to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this.
But I thought you said it was okay.
Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story.
Huh?
Basically, I had to bribe the guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either.
Huh?
Borrow $50.
Way to go, detective! I didn't know you had a wild side.
Yeah, well, you see, I need money. Mr. Wright, he is the one who will be footing the bill.
Huh? Huh?
What? You think I can afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, pal.
Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright! You're the best! Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream?
Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all go pay it off together?
Yeah! That's a great idea! Come on, guys! Let's go! Hold it right there! Wow! the credits. Oh, man. I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe too. Oh my gosh, I hope she'll be pleased to study under a top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days as the prosecutor's office. Still, I'll manage to find my way back to the field somehow. Then, I'll be able to investigate crimes together with Emma. Whenever you sent that thing about the Apollo trial coming out, oh, here's Gumshoe.
Yikes, I thought I was gone for a moment there. In the end, though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation in the chief's office. If they penalize you anymore, it'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. Just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily.
Like a piece of gum on a shoe.
Hey.
Yeah, so you told me about the Apollo stuff being made, the trilogy, and so I went to go look for a Twitter thing to retweet it, and I saw that they're actually coming out with another game that's not Ace Attorney related, but the main writer for this game, for the Ace Attorney games, will be doing it, and it's some sort of like murder mystery thing. My new mission is to guard the main entrance and take care of Billy. Can you believe it? I've been demoted to a security guard. My partner's keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them, though! Someday I'm going to make detective! Yes, sir! Then I can be just like that Dick Gumshoe! But it looked like an interesting little game. I'll have to go find it again. I believe so, yes.
That's actually a remake of a really old game.
Oh, really now? Okay.
Yeah, that was on DS or 3DS?
Either way, I'm excited for it. Gosh damn it, why is he get a moment?
I can see into your soul.
Stop! Stop, this is meant to be a happy
Why?
ending.
They just... It is a happy ending.
It is a happy
He
ending.
died.
He died! But I didn't realize it was an old game. Either way, I'm excited for it, though. It seems interesting.
Maybe there's a demo.
Hmm.
What is it? Can you see him having me a showdown? Miss Stars had to sneak this into me. She's seen one of the guards, it seems. Well, cowboy, looks like you did it. You gave Bambina here a smile. Can you make sure Billy and the gang get their water? I kind of went Southern New Yorker, which is weird, but, you know.
A transplant. Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. As a farewell gift, I put a new meal on the menu. The Right Way lunch. The top layer tastes as bitter as defeat, but the bottom layer is as sweet as victory. Kids seem to dig the turnabout theme. It's a hot seller around exam time. Just make sure not to eat it backwards.
Just slam it on a plate and eat it upside down.
Yep. It's like a bunk cake.
I'll never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see, what was his name again? Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's been doing something or other for how many years? Anyway, I've got another trial to get to, so I better be... Huh? Oh, no, I forgot my gavel. Sorry, I gotta go. That was the
Convenient.
first time I saw his chair.
Yeah. He's always sitting in it, I think, whenever we come into the courtroom. Which makes
Yeah.
sense. Ah, nothing soothes a soul like fresh country air. Still, sometimes I do miss hearing you and your objection. Still, I can't go back until I'm a full-fledged spirit medium. Mystic Maya afternoon training is about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. We gotta get a goodbye from the entire cast. I swear if Lotta shows up. Like everybody cameo from all the other ones. All the other trials we did previously.
Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth. I brought you your tea. What's going on?
Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thank you, Mr. Wright. Thank you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I'll be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, all I have to do is open this book. Theo.
Is there gonna be a picture in it? Oh, there's a letter. Aww. So cute. So cute. Hello! Stream is going well. We're almost done. We are in the credit sequence right now. Rise from the Ashes achievement unlocked!
Wow.
Wow! We finished the first game!
Only 6 more to go.
Only 6 more to go. Yeah. Currently only 2 more are out, so we just have to focus on that for the meantime. Okay, what I can produce on stream, there's only 2 more games, but not true, 3.
Switch game.
Yes, the 3 games. 3, there we go.
Because you said that if we get through these before
Yes. Apollo Justice drops. Yes, we will do the Great Ace Attorney. So there we go. I lied. 3. There we go. I mean, you also have the 2 prequel. I just meant like what I'm able to stream. I can't stream those games. I can only do the trilogy and Great Ace Attorney trials right now. Because I gotta wait till next year for Apollo Justice to drop, Dual Destinies, and Spirit of Justice. And I don't know where Miles Edgeworth is. I feel like he kind of got left in the duster, which I'm a little sad about, but...
Maybe we'll get a pack with him and Professor Layton.
Maybe. Because maybe they're little oddballs. I don't know all that goes down in the Miles Edgeworth one. I haven't touched that one. I've only done the first 2 games all the way, halfway through the 3rd game, and then like an itty bit of Apollo Justice just because I really like him, and so I was like, I'm just gonna jump to Apollo Justice.
All I know is Karina from Drawfee loves Apollo, like the character.
Yeah.
So I think that's all I've got for that series.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't know what it is, but Apollo is just so, I like him so much. I don't really know too much about him other than what I picked up from just fandom in general that I've heard. Not that I'm part of the Ace Attorney fandom, but just what I've seen and heard. He just seems so cute, and plus there's lines, I guess, I'm not sure, I don't think it's an Apollo Justice, it might be in Dual Destinies or something. I think he's with Athena, but he's voiced by Ken, which he's one of my favorite voice actors too. The Japanese voice actors it is. I was like, oh my gosh, that's so cool. But Apollo seems, I don't know. How do I go about saying this? If I were to pick a favorite character from the original trilogy, I would probably say Edgeworth. But overall, I believe, once I get to know him, just from what I've heard so far, I think Apollo's going to supersede Edgeworth. Edgeworth is still in my heart, but I think Apollo's the one character that I'm going to be like, that one right there. That small, plucky, loud little thing right there. I can't wait for the Apollo games to drop. I'm excited about that. I'm gonna get through all these other ones first, but I'm excited that the opportunity to be able to stream it will be available. So I'm like, I don't know how I'm gonna get my DS to work on stream. That's gonna be a problem within itself. I can't wait to replay DD and SOJ to emotionally suffer. I see. I don't know all of what happens there. I just know at that point, Phoenix and Edgeworth are like old man. You can tell that they become more mature. Because I think, doesn't Edgeworth get a little more gaudy, and then I think Wright gets a waistcoat? You can tell they're mature because their attire has been upgraded. There is more to their suit pieces. Keep in mind that DD is the only one rated M. I'll have to look in to see why it's rated M, but depending on what it is, I can probably still stream it. I saw a thing.
People stream rated M games all the time.
Yeah, so I would just have to go see what it is, just so. Oh, it's really bloody. I don't think that'll be a problem then. And like Twitch introduced this new thing too. I got an email about it. I was looking at it. There's like a way where you can kind of, I guess, hit like warnings on your stream or something. I forget exactly what it's called, but there was like a drop-down menu where you can specify the stream will have certain things that, while still within TOS, it's just like a warning where it's like, oh, this has
mature
excessive
content warnings.
Yeah, mature content warnings and stuff. It's a lot more visually dark and bloody, and yeah, just really dark compared to the other game. I see it
pop up if I click on even people that I've watched before. I'll click on their streams and there's a little thing that pops up ahead before you can hear or even see it. It says, hey, by the way, here's our warnings, and then you gotta click OK to go forward.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm pretty sure my channel, just in general, I have it as a mature channel. This is beyond the mature thing. Yeah. The content warning is new, yes. Like, I've had my channel as a mature channel just because I swear and stuff. So, I wasn't... Yeah, I know, right? I can say fuck as many times as I want. But I believe that was pretty much the reason why I put the mature rating. What? Are you sitting out there, Tomo? Are you looking at me? I can't tell if you're out there. That is you. Come on in. But yeah, I have a mature content warning just on the channel in general, because not that I'm super duper, I guess, adult content, no matter which way, but I just wanted to get the leeway to be able to talk in a way that adults talk. So I just put a mature content warning. You don't want 6-year-olds wandering in and be like, what's this word mean? I would appreciate if 6-year-olds didn't wander into my stream, considering 6-year-olds shouldn't be on Twitch. Keyword shouldn't. I'm sure they get in there anyway. People lying about their age on the internet? What? I still don't want like 13-year-olds popping in, hearing some of the stuff that I say. So. Yeah. Ace Attorney's not too bad, but I've had like my Final Fantasy streams. Yeah. For some reason, something about 14 just makes me some kind of way, and it's like, all right, my humor is not for kids. The Final Fantasy brings out the adult within you. I had teenagers in my chat when my channel is marked for mature audience because I don't want kids around. Well, I think if you have all the warnings up and you have it all listed in your rules, I think you've kind of done your due diligence and you can't really help it from there, to be honest. And as long as you're not breaking TOS, like, there's nothing you should get in trouble for. How much of it is Arya being afraid of getting in trouble, and how much of it is teenagers are kind of annoying? Yeah, that's true. Because you get the do not interact tag on Twitter that doesn't do a damn fucking thing. Mm-hmm. At least in your stream, though, you can kick whoever you want. True. If they're being obnoxious, or if they're younger than you want, you can go boop. People they don't read. No, they don't. They don't have a Soph on their walls to help them read. Damn. And they can't, they're too young, so they can't subscribe to continue around to get Sophs in their walls. Like, they're just screwed, I guess. But yeah, so that was Ace Attorney. It's like after midnight now. Yep. Man, I need to wrap it up. Okay, So that was Ace Attorney. We finished the first game in the trilogy. We'll probably pick this up sometime next week, starting the second game. We'll figure out schedule stuff later. It's too late to just talk about schedule stuff right now. But yeah, I'm glad we made it through this. Like, even though the stream went like way long tonight, I'm glad that we finished it off so we can start fresh on the new one. So what is today? Today is Thursday, or technically Friday. But my next stream will be on Saturday. It'll be at 8:30 p.m. Central. We're doing more Star Rail. So Honkai Star Rail will be Saturday. And we will be continuing to get to the right level to continue the main storyline quest because I'm so behind on stuff. But yeah, so... Huh?
Honk.
Honk. Yes, honk. Honk honk. Speaking of which, we're so close to hitting affiliate. So once we hit affiliate, I do have some cute honk emotes picked out, and I'm going to set up sound alerts. And I'll also set up the interactive throwing thing, so you can punch me with things for fun, and we can all laugh about it together. But I've got certain things planned aside, so once we do hit affiliate, we will be getting there. So close, close.
You're gonna make affiliate before I do.
Oh man, it can't be helped though. Soph is only allowed to stream once a month. Twitch says so, and that's hard to make those requirements. Meet the requirements when you
I'm beyond Twitch. My power flickered. That was like the cosmos said no.
Something said no, and it's kind of hard to combat that. But once we hit affiliate, we'll get lots of fun stuff, and I'll get cute and fun things set up so we can all have a good time together. Yeah. Man, brain hurts. Star Rail Saturday, 8:30 p.m. Central. Schedule is on Twitter. Oh my gosh, I'm out of it. Schedule is on Twitter, which is linked in the panels below. So if you want to go follow me there, I post my schedule for the week and when I'm going live and just random things here and there. Other than that, you guys should totally go check out. Let's see here. You guys should totally go check out Soph. Because Soph is pretty cool. And even though that he's only allowed to stream once a month, he is still pretty cool. So you should go check him out and follow him and give him love over on his channel. Yeah. I think I've covered all the important bases here.
Still says Power Wash Simulator.
It does still say Power Wash Simulator. It was the last thing you were playing, at least on stream.
Yeah.
So. Yeah. But yes, so...
I should play last night, to be fair.
True. But I don't know if you would change your, what's the word? You would change your Twitch thing. Your Twitch thing simply because you're playing online. But yeah. Man, I haven't touched Power Wash Simulator since our last stream. I've been so tired. Just haven't picked it up. Okay. Okay, deep breath. Alright. Ending it. I've covered my bases. Everything important has been said. And so thank you all for coming to hang out tonight. It doesn't look like anyone else is streaming right now. So I'm just going to end it here. And I guess I will see you guys on Saturday. So until then, I give you a farewell and I hope you guys have a good night. Bye bye!